and then I'm going to present my presentation to you all of this. The topic is about forensic and ethical dimension in green finance and tax transparency. Forensic and ethical dimension in green finance and tax transparency are crucial for several reasons. I mentioned transparency, preventing fraud, promoting ethical investment, and supporting sustainable investment. By integrating forensic and ethical dimension, organization can foster a more transparent and responsible financial ecosystem, contributing to sustainable development and addressing climate change. Principle of sound tax policy is simplicity.
Hello, Dr. Pasqua. Sorry, due to the technical problem. Can you continue your presentation? Dr. Pasqua, you can open your mic, please, because we cannot hear you at all.
Okay, thank you. And we start from beginning. And this topic is about forensic and ethical dimension and green finance and tax transparency. As we all know that forensic and ethical dimension in green finance and tax transparency are crucial for several reasons. Enhancing transparency, preventing fraud, promoting ethical. Yes. Hello. Let's see the slide that I saw. Hello. 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 Mati na sakar. Mati. Ano yan? Sheraton. Hello. 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 Hello, Miss Dika. You hear me? Hello. Hello. Ini La Rona. Hello, Mbak Dika. Miss Dika, you hear me?
Yeah. Suara
Okay. Okay, I continue.
Ya, bisa dilanjutkan Dr. Pasqua karena tadi tanya.
Okay. Forensic and ethical dimension in green finance, tax transparency, and are crucial for several reasons. Finance transparency, preventing fraud, promoting ethical investment, supporting sustainable investment. By integrating forensic and ethical dimensions, organizations can foster a more transparent and responsible finance ecosystem, contributing to sustainable development and addressing climate change. Principle of sound tax policy.
Can you screen your presentation, please? You can show your PowerPoint for us. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
You can minimize the notes part.
Okay. I already enlarged it. Can see it? Hello?
Okay, you can continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Simplicity, tax code should be easy for taxpayer, comply with for government and administer enforce. Neutrality, tax should neither encourage nor discourage person or business decision. The purpose of the tax is to raise needed revenue, not to favor or punish specific industries activities. Transparency. Transparency tax policy should clearly and plainly define what taxpayers must pay and when they must pay it. Hidden tax burden in complex structures should be avoided. Tax transparency. Taxpayers deserve stability. Taxpayers deserve consistent and predictability in the tax code. Governments should avoid enacting temporary tax laws, including tax holidays, amnesties, and retroactive change, and strive to establish staff revenue source. Green finance and tax transparency are crucial for several reasons, sustaining public trust. Transparency builds public trust by demonstrating a company's commitment to responsible tax practice and its role in society. Promoting sustainable growth. Tax transparency is linked to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, as it is impact how communities thrive and prosper. Preventing greenwashing. Transparency ensures credibility and prevents greenwashing in sustainable investment, which is essential for informed decision-making by investors. Align finance market with sustainability, driving positive change. Mandatory global disclosure and standard with industry-specific metrics are vital to ensure that financial flows align with green and transition objectives. Driving positive change. Transparency encourages responsible use of source and better environmental outcomes, contributing to a more sustainable future. These factors highlight the importance of green finance and tax transparency in fostering a sustainable, responsible finance system. Based on analysis of academic literature, case studies, and practical applications of forensic finance, accounting in environmental context, forensic accounting enhanced environmental transparency. Greenwashing detection is a critical area for forensic interventions. Improved oversight of climate-related finance flows, integration of technology strengthens forensic investigations. Forensic accounting supports regulatory compliance and enforcement. Cross-disciplinary collaboration is a key. Growing demand for forensic environmental audits, limitation and challenge remain positive contribution to Sustainable Development Goals 13, number 13. What is green or sustainable financing? The term describes a broad range of funding for environmental-oriented technologies, projects, industries, or business. Another definition of green finance refers to environmental-oriented financial products or services, such as loans, credit cards, insurance, or bonds. This is from UNSCAP 2012. Green finance is to increase level of financial flows from banking, microcredit, insurance, and investment from the public, private, and for-profit sectors. Sustainable Development Priorities Unit 2015. Green finance is any structured financial activities that being created to ensure a better environmental outcome. World Economic Forum. Sustainable finance is the process of taking due account of environmental, social, and governance. Considered when making investment decisions in the financial sector, leading to increased longer-term investment into sustainable economic activities and projects. European Commission. 6 key action to take now. Priorities your tax strategy. Consider what and to whom you are reporting. Establish the optimal reporting framework for the company. Establish a cross-functional team. Establish processes and procedures for tax disclosure. Refine your data process in preparations. Strengthen tax cooperation. Like in ASEAN, ASEAN has made significant strides in enhancing tax cooperation, laying a foundation for more robust financial governance across the region. ASEAN aims to further fortify this collaborative approach through strengthening tax cooperations. Strategic measures under these objectives are strategically address the issue of double taxation to support economic growth, enhance withholding tax structures to promote economic integration and the broadening of the investor base in ASEAN debt issuance. Minimize tax avoidance and evasion to ensure fiscal health. Promote best practice sharing on taxation reform strategy for digital economy, strengthening tax administrations. Promote knowledge sharing and implementation of tax policies consistent with internationally agreed standards. To be taxonomy aligned, companies must comply with a tax minimum safeguard, meaning they are required to comply with the letter and spirit of tax law regulations of the countries in which they operate and treat tax governance and tax compliance as important elements of their oversight and broader risk management system. PwC Global Tax Transparency Framework approach tax. This section assesses disclosure on a company's tax strategy on how it's aligned with the broader sustainability objectives. Tax governance and risk management. This section looks at a company's governance and tax risk framework disclosure and consider mechanisms to prevent and address unethical and unlawful tax behavior. Tax numbers and performance. This section appraises a company's disclosure respect of tax numbers with particular emphasis on disclosure around a company's effective tax rate, total tax contributions, and the wider impact of tax. This section considers disclosure of on data. It also looks at how tax and sustainability are integrated. The benefit of key action include better communication around tax can build trust with stakeholders. As tax is complicated, a clear narrative explain the concept behind BCR data are essential. Other sustainability commitments, such as net zero transition, can take years to achieve. Relationship with tax authorities require trust and credibility. Many jurisdictions require businesses to disclose certain tax-related information as part of their regulatory obligations. Historical inequalities and disparities of the prevalent international tax system. International taxation has served as a tool for dominations, enabling wealthier countries to assert control over the economic affairs of less powerful nations. The international tax architecture has continued to favor the interests of multinational corporations and facilitate tax avoidance and profit shifting. International tax rules, predominantly based on the arm's length principles, have proven inadequate in capturing the economic realities of an interconnected global economy. multinational corporations through transfer pricing and other mechanisms have manipulated their financial flow to minimize tax liability, exacerbating their revenues shortfalls experienced by developing countries, mostly from ASEAN. The historical legacy of international taxation also reflects a power imbalance in decision-making processes in limited ASEAN representations. Against this background, ASEAN policymakers continue to advocate for more inclusive and equitable solutions to international tax cooperation challenges. Tax administrations, accountability, and good governance as tax doctrine consequence as follows: lack of political will and strong support, lack of harmonizations ASEAN code tax systems, lack of harmonization tax law or code, poor independent tax code or tribunal through appeal or supreme tax code, lack of institution competence taxation institute for enhancing tax capacity building for ASEAN tax officials, which will take place at the ASEAN Secretariat headquarters in Jakarta, Indonesia. Lack of mechanisms for tax information exchange agreements and settlement of tax dispute platform, and decline of tax revenue collections. The status of international law in legal system of the ASEAN countries. A study shows implementing ASEAN legal system has had completely different status among ASEAN 11 across the Southeast Asian countries. For instance, the legal framework of Cambodia's legal system is based on monarchy and the French Civil Code. In addition, Singapore's legal system is based on British common law. However, Thailand's legal system is based on a hybrid between monarchy and civil law. General limitation and challenge. Legal and regulatory barriers, global corporations, complex corporate structures, tax haven practice, lack of capacity and resources, resistance from taxpayers, public perception and political will, unintended consequences. Limitation and challenge identified by jurisdictions. In providing feedback in the jurisdictions, addressed the following issue focusing on their particular situation. The gaps existing in the current standard on exchange of information and measures of tax transparency. The gaps in the currently available guidance for exchange on information. The challenge faced in the implementation of international standard in exchange of information. General solutions: sustaining global cooperation and harmonization of tax rules, exchange of information, improving beneficial ownership transparency, balancing transparency with data privacy protections, reducing compliance burdens, and mitigating reputational risks for businesses, building capacity in tax authorities. Forensic accounting. Forensic accounting is a specialized field that measures accounting, auditing, and investigating skills to detect and prevent financial fraud. During 2023, it is critical in various sectors, including corporate governance, law enforcement, and regulatory compliance. Forensic accounting is defined by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, ECFE, as using accounting skill to investigate fraud and prepare reports that may be used in legal proceedings. Aksoy and Uzay, 2021. Forensic accounting encompasses various activities including finance statement analysis, fraud detection, and litigation support. ASEAN Economy Community Blueprint 2025 recommendation: strengthening coordination and planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation mechanisms, developing unifying implementation frameworks and coordination and monitoring mechanisms, adopt a community-wide strategy on the fourth industrial revolution and digital transformation, holistically address the agenda of enhancing participation in global value chains, mainstream good regulatory practice, take steps towards a more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable development, strengthening ASEAN's institutional ecosystem and the strategic use of the ASEAN Secretariat, deepen sectoral cooperation beyond soft cooperations, start conversation and consider options on approach to sensitive and or emerging issues, differentiate economic integrations, pursue more active and strategic external engagement, further strengthening stakeholder consultation and engagement. Understanding forensic accounting divided into the area of specialized accounting. Forensic accounting is all about uncovering financial deceit and irregularities. It uses a mix of accounting know-how, investigate skills, and legal savvy to discern financial data, reveal fraud, and support legal case. Yes. Hello? Hello? One slide more. Principle of business ethics.
Hello, Dr.
There are,
Pascal.
yeah. Hello?
Are you stay with us?
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, one more slide. I can continue it.
Okay, Dr. Pascal.
Yeah,
Thank you for your presentation.
yeah.
Okay. Dr. Pascal, because the time is up,
Okay.
thank you very much, Dr. Pascal, for that
Yeah.
enlightening presentation. You
Yeah,
can
yeah.
stay with us because after the all of the presenter, we will move to the Q&A session. So please you stay with us until this morning session is end. Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Pascal.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
I'm
you.
standing by.
Okay. We truly appreciate your insight on forensic dimension in green finance and tax transparency, and really enlightening from your presentation. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our second presentation. It's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Dr. Susela Devi that joining us online from Malaysia. Can you hear my voice, Prof. Susela?
I can hear you.
Hello, Prof. Susela. Can you hear my voice clearly or not?
It's a bit soft. Can you hear me?
Yes, but your voice is so little. I'm sorry. Kamite, would you help me to level up the volume?
Oh, you want the volume is not high enough?
Prof. Susela? Okay. Okay, it's cool, Prof. Susela. Okay,
Okay.
before you start your presentation, allow introduce Prof. Susela. Prof. Susela Devi, ladies and gentlemen, holds a PhD in accounting from the University of Waikato, New Zealand, and is a distinguished academic of experience in accounting, education, and sustainability. She currently serves as a president of the Global Association for MSMES and SDGs research in developing countries, and she is also editor of the International Journal and Sustainability. She also holds membership with the Malaysian Institute of Accountants (MICPA) and Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand. Her former roles include Professor of Accounting at Sunway University, Dean at the UNITAR International University, Director of Sunway Center for Environmental Social Governance, and Executive Director of the Malaysian Accounting Standard Board. Today, Prof. Susela will present on the material of value creation and long-term strategy. Prof. Susela, please proceed. The time is yours.
Thank you, moderator, for that introduction. Let me share my slides. Are you able to see my slides?
Susela, we can already see your slide clearly.
You can see my slides?
Yes, Prof. Susela. We can
Okay.
see.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank ICMA for inviting me to talk to you again. I just spoke to you all 2 months ago, I think in April. And it's always a pleasure to address the very, very enthusiastic ICMA members on accounting issues. So today, my topic is going to be I was given the topic value creation and long-term strategy, but I'm trying to twist it a bit to talk about value creation and what young accounting scholars must be researching in the next decade. It ties into the topic of long-term strategy because you may have strategies, you may have sustainability practices by the industry and practices and the firms, but for sustainability to continue and to create long value in the long term, research scholars should also be researching on the appropriate focus areas. So let me just start by saying sustainability is no longer a niche topic. It has become a central concern for business regulators, investors, and society. And accounting scholars, especially participants from ICMA, do have a very important role in shaping this transition to sustainability. So today's discussion is not about sustainability reporting alone, but it's about how accounting researchers It's about how accounting research can contribute to sustainable value creation. The question again is no longer whether organizations report sustainability information. The question is whether sustainability is creating real value. So, with that, let me just proceed to talk a little bit about my background and why I am passionate about sustainability and value creation. As was explained earlier by the moderator, in terms of my career, my academic journey, I have been in academia for the last four decades. And in that time, I was a researcher, educator, I was editor, I was examiner of PhD thesis, and I've also become more involved in policy advocacy. So I have worked across accounting education and professionalizations and sustainability and governance. These are my core focus areas to now. I've retired from full-time university position, but I'm doing currently I'm more of honorary professor at UNICEL. But I still continue my research passion by working with research groups across Malaysia and also internationally. So I still feel that a lot of young scholars need to be guided and mentored to actually make sure they are engaged in research that is impactful and who are able to engage with real world problems. So my message to you is research should not end with publication. It should influence society. It should influence the community and society. And this is the same message I have been carrying since when I spoke to you all last April. So let me move on. So basically, the sustainability journey from reporting to value creation has been a long journey. CSR, there was a CSR era, then there's the ESG era, then there was ISSB era, and now the focus has shifted to strategic value creation. So I was involved in all these phases from the time of CSR in the 60s and the 70s. The focus was on doing good for the community. So companies were looking at more doing PR, it became more of a PR exercise, doing good to the community around them. And then the focus moved to ESG, which is measuring the impact. And yet you found that there was really not much impact that was being measured. So then ISSB and the international standard setters turned their focus to sustainability reporting, which is disclosing the performance physically. And also now the current is, and it then subsequently moved to integrated thinking, embedding sustainability with the integrated reporting initiatives. And along with that, focus has now come to strategic value creation. It's about how the organizations are transforming. So the key message is that reporting is an output, right? But value creation is the outcome. And that is something that scholars need to take note of, and it should be involved, it should inform your research. Okay. So there are challenges. Why are we focusing on sustainability? There are challenges and facing humanity. There's climate change. There's biodiversity loss. We've covered this in my previous talks. There's resource depletion, social inequality, there's governance failures, and you can see examples of that. We continuously face floods and rising temperatures, carbon emissions, supply chain disruptions. All these are affecting the quality of life in the community, and therefore sustainability has began to be a big matter in our everyday life. And my question to you, and I like to congratulate ICMA for picking the topic and focusing on it for the last few months, is what role should accountants play in addressing these challenges? So accountants do have a role. Everyone has a role. Every individual in the society has a role. But from the professional sense, accountants seem to have taken up these challenges, but the focus seems to be on reporting, right? So let's see all this, what I talked about, the floods and all these concerns with carbon emissions. So what I have noticed, and it's generally accepted, there is a mindset to focus on compliance, from the ESG, from CSR to ESG to ISSB's sustainability reporting. The focus has been on compliance. And now we are shifting to value creation. So under compliance mindset, what we are focusing on is reporting non-financial information. But under value creation, we are moving towards transforming the organization. Under compliance mindset, we were looking at minimum requirements. Okay, companies say this is the minimum you need to report, and this is what we disclose. But under value creation, you require us to look at sustainability as a strategic advantage. It's for the company management and the directors, everyone in the company, the leadership in the company, to see how they can make sustainability a strategic advantage. Now, compliance regime, there's external pressure to comply to do sustainability. But under the value creation regime, we are talking about an environment where there is internal commitment. For you to create value for the business, for the company, it has to be an internal commitment. And lastly, compliance mindset, it tends to do in the fact that you focus on doing it for a short-term mindset, right? But value creation is about looking at the long-term impact. So many organizations have been producing sustainability reports, have been meeting disclosure requirements, have been just ticking the regulatory boxes. But under that compliance mindset regime, behavior remains unchanged. Business models remain unchanged. So there is a need for a transformation if you move to value creation. So the question scholars need to ask is, from your observation, from your research, does sustainability reporting automatically lead to sustainability performance? This is a question scholars are trying to understand, and it is not obviously so. Okay, so what I'm leading to is compliance often fails. And that's because of that mindset of having it about just ticking boxes. So common problems of compliance is that there is a tick the box mentality, or do what the regulators require. Yeah, we got it done. Greenwashing. Companies are making claims in their sustainability reports about things that they are doing, but they're not actually doing. So the claims that they make in the reports are not matched by the actual actions by the company. And then there's this concept of decoupling. What policies they are adopting are actually not connected to actually what they are practicing. Very similar to greenwashing, but decoupling is the policies itself are disconnected. I'll cover some of decoupling later. And under the compliance mindset, it's symbolic legitimacy. And you researchers, scholars who are accounting scholars who are looking at sustainability, sustainable reporting, would understand the theories driving these practices by the companies and firms is about legitimacy. So what they're doing is symbolic legitimacy, appearing to be sustainable without being sustainable. So there is a research opportunity here, as I mentioned earlier, for scholars to understand why organizations behave this way. So the decoupling problem, as I mentioned earlier, decoupling is about reporting sustainability, but which is not the actual sustainability practice. Okay. Research consistently shows that good disclosures do not always mean good performance. High ESG ratings do not always indicate positive impacts. So, and we do have companies which are being good, shown or assumed to be sustainable, but there are examples of environmental scandals, labor violations, governance failures. So the gap or the question that scholars ask is, why do organizations say one thing and do another? And I think I've alluded to the reasons before. It's about seeking legitimacy. So what we need to impress on as we move towards this regime of value creation, why compliance alone fails, we have highlighted. Greenwashing is rampant, decoupling is there, boilerplate disclosures. You know what's boilerplate disclosures? These are disclosures. If you look at any company, the disclosure they make is the same as any other company. They just copy another company's disclosure and they put it. So it is not related to their own company's experience or practice. It's boilerplate. And then tick the box mentality and symbolic legitimacy. So Sustainability reports with little behavioral change. ESG scores without sustainability outcomes. So this leads to a very strong theories, legitimacy theory and stakeholder theory. This both explain the behaviors that companies adopt. But the key message that scholars need to take away is compliance creates reports. There's reports and reports. There are a lot of reports, time spent preparing reports. But value creation effort changes the organization. Okay, everyone, every level of staff or employee within the organization has to undergo a mindset change, and value creation changes organizations. So let me move on to value creation strategy. There's a lot of strategies I'm not going to go through, but what I'm trying to impress on you is that value creation strategies are necessary to sustain the environment and sustain the sustainability practices. It builds in long-term resilience. It builds trust. It needs innovation. It impacts the reputation. It also improves the access to capital. So in that sense, what is value creation? And these are all discussed if you look at the IIRC documents. So value creation means creating benefits over time. So this is again a long-term mindset perspective. It involves multiple stakeholders, outcomes, and it's a long-term resilience. And value is not only financial. Prior to ESG, we were looking at financial performance. Now it's more than financial performance. Okay, so value includes trust, reputation, human capital, innovation, and social license to operate. And the IIRC and ISSB, moving on, have identified the 6 capitals. You have financial capital, you have manufactured capital, intellectual capital, and human capital. Social and relationship capital and natural capital. Okay. So the key message again in taking this transitioning towards value creation, the 6 capitals remind us that organizations can create value through far more than financial resources. You just don't need to have only just financial capital. You need to have more than that. Indeed, some of the most important drivers of long-term value, such as trust, knowledge, innovation, and environmental stewardship, are not adequately captured by conventional accounting systems. So this raises an important challenge for accounting scholars. How can accounting evolve to better recognize, measure, and communicate these multiple forms of values? This is the present situation we are facing, and moving forward in addressing value creation, these are some of the challenges that need to be faced. So compliance focus primarily on reporting activities. That's easy to do. As accountants, we are reporting, it's easy to report. But you need a far higher capacity and capability and understanding to do the next stage, which is strategic value creation. It requires organizations to enhance and balance all 6 capitals all over time. So the 6 capitals, from the 6 capitals, I can share with you some of the potential research opportunities that young accounting scholars should embark on. From the 6 capital, financial capital, you can look at sustainable finance and value creation. From manufactured capital, you can look at green infrastructure investments. How are they helping in value creation? From intellectual capital, you look at AI, innovation, and sustainability capabilities. From human capital, you can focus on sustainability, competencies, and leadership. Social and relationship capital, you build on or work on strategies within the company to improve stakeholder trust and legitimacy. And natural capital, this is where you are looking at research that focuses on climate risk and environmental accountability. So in a nutshell, the value creation model that has been shared internationally, the 6 capitals, gives you various opportunities for looking at research. So emerging frontiers, if I talk about emerging frontiers, so what my advice would be for scholars, accounting scholars, is to look at, instead of just sticking to the old research of disclosure quantity, capital market research, ESG score rankings, compliance determinants, I would advise you to focus on the 8 frontiers: AI and sustainability, climate risk and accounting, sustainability governance, SME sustainability transformation. Number 5, professional judgment in ESG reporting, assurance of sustainability information, and public sector sustainability and behavioral dimensions of sustainability. These are all ripe areas for embarking on research. Each can be a big research area by itself, so you could take leadership in that. If you're looking at supervising a PhD on any research topic going forward, get your PhD students to focus on these topics. So, and in that context, I would like to share with you this conference, which we are organizing next month. I'm the chair of the program committee, and we have put together what I realize is, from researchers' point of view, academic researchers tend to be doing much of the academic research within the universities. Very important when you move towards value creation kind of research is you need a collaboration with the industry. So what this research, this conference brings together is all the practitioners and the academics together to have discussions and sharing of knowledge about how to move and how to cultivate a ESG ecosystem moving forward. This focuses on the Malaysian business transformation, but I would like to encourage all the participants here to please attend this 2-day conference. You will get to meet the industry specialists, the industry, and learn about what the industries are doing. And this will be helpful for you to bring the research back, the collaboration back to Indonesia, to your community, to look at how you can also transform your community in terms of moving towards sustainability. And this is a real life example of how you create value and build capacity. Instead of sitting in the compliance mindset, you move to beyond compliance to create value, right? So, and also while we're looking at Indonesia, Malaysia, there is also opportunity for Indonesian scholars to explore the ASEAN opportunities. Look at similar things with other countries in ASEAN. You look at Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam. Use examples from Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines, for example. Challenges that SMEs are facing. What is the informal economy? How is the informal economy dealing with these value creation challenges? How is the climate vulnerability addressed in these countries? And how is the capacity building carried out in these countries? These are areas which is ripe for examination, ripe for accounting scholars, emerging accounting scholars to get involved in. So my proposition and what I'm pushing very much is that most sustainability theories originate from the global north, the Western developed countries. ASEAN scholars must generate contextually grounded theories. And I'm also proposing, instead of using developing countries or emerging economies, we are looking at a majority world perspective. If you notice, all these developing countries, emerging countries together, they are the majority world compared to the developed countries. If you look at it from terms of population and impact on the economy, they are the majority world. So I am a proponent of this concept of not just developing countries, but about majority world. What you're doing for the developing countries, it's the majority world perspective. So this is something I would like young scholars to actually read more about and see what the proponents of majority world perspective are doing. So lessons for us, which I want to share with you, lessons which I've gained from 40 years in academia and looking at research with impact and policy engagement. My most important lesson is focus on important problems. Build your international networks and aim for social impact. And that is what ICMA is doing. You're having your monthly, weekly, bi-weekly meetings and conferences. You are actually building your international network. But you should go beyond and actually go and participate in this forums and international conferences to actually see what's happening on the ground in other places. And you will then bring back ideas and research topics that you can embark on in your own country. So future accounting, I very strongly stress, as I did in April, move from studying compliance to transformation, move away from studying reporting to value creation, move from studying organizations to societal impact. And my final quote I leave you today is, the next generation of accounting scholars will not be remembered for producing more publications. They will be remembered for producing knowledge that helps society create sustainable value. And with that, I also encouraged in April when I spoke to start thinking about moving accounting research to more interdisciplinary research. And if you want to make impact, you must go beyond your discipline of accounting, okay? And you could look at accounting and climate sciences, accounting and technology, accounting and social politics, accounting and culture, and accounting SMEs, for example. And your research, try to be very practical, move beyond gap spotting towards problem-driven research. And I would like to encourage you to do comparative ASEAN studies, engage in policy, engaged research, adopt more mixed methods and qualitative depth. And there are many journals now that are promoting all this impactful research. And the future of sustainability is not to be only shaped by someone in New York or London. It will be shaped, as I said this message in April, it will be shaped by scholars like you who understand local realities, challenge dominant narratives, and define what accountability means. So ask yourself, what is one sustainability issue in Indonesia that accounting has failed to capture? Focus on that and drive your efforts in that aspect. Right. And so I'm also, as president of the Global Association of SMEs, I would also like to remind you that there is a conference, there's a virtual conference on the 27th of June. I will share the links. Please join virtually and listen to some of the works. We got a overwhelming submission of papers, about 106 papers, which will be presented, but it will be very short presentations, just sharing ideas and abstracts. And so you're all welcome to attend. So the question is not whether you will publish, but the question is whether your research will matter. So I think I have used my time. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Susela, for your inspiration presentation. But we will proceed the Q&A session after the third speaker. So please you stay with us because after the third speaker, Dr. Khairul Anwar, we will proceed the Q&A session, Prof. Susela. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the last speaker for our morning session. But before that, I would like to really very thankful for Prof. Susela Devi for sharing your perspective on value creation and long-term strategy. That is really very insightful indeed. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our third and final presentation of this morning session. Hello, Dr. Khairul Anwar. Can you hear my voice? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Khairul. Okay, before you start your presentation, allow me to introduce yourself to our ladies and gentlemen here. I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Khairul Anwar Kamarudin, joining us online from the University of Wollongong in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Dr. Khairul is an associate professor of accounting at University of Wollongong. He obtained his PhD specializing in financial reporting, corporate governance, and accounting quality from Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. He also holds the CEMA qualification from the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, UK. Prior to joining the University of Wollongong in Dubai, he served as a lecturer and senior lecturer at University Technology Mara, Malaysia. His research interests span auditing, corporate governance, ESG, international accounting, and financial reporting, with publication in leading journals, including the Journal of Contemporary Accounting and Economics, International Journal of Auditing, and Managerial Auditing Journal. His work has garnered over 2,000 citations in international scholarship. Today, Dr. Khairul will present on advanced empirical evidence on tax and sustainability. Dr. Khairul, the time is yours.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Machung, for the introductions. Okay, let me share my screen. Can you all see my screen? Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. Firstly, I would like to thank the chairpersons as well as the organizers for inviting me to share some thought about these topics. I was assigned to share some info regarding the advanced empirical evidence on taxation and sustainability. Before we go further, just would like to make it clear, taxation is not part of my forte. So I did, as the chairperson mentioned, I did a lot on corporate governance and so on. But I have few papers on taxations, and I found there are many opportunities that young researchers can explore. So these are the things that I'm going to cover today. The first one, I'm going to just raise questions. Why tax matters for sustainability? Because taxation normally relates to the contribution of income to the country and how it will have some negative impact on the operating cash flow or capital available for the shareholders. Number two, I'm going to see how tax avoidance and responsible tax behavior. Then third, I'm going to see some empirical evidence on ESG and tax. Then we move to governance, transparency, and pressure. Then we're going to go to design and empirical challenges that I found very popular in taxation research. Maybe this is also general, I can say general accounting, archival studies, and what we can go forward from there. I think I learned a lot from the previous presenter, Dr. Pascual, and also Professor Susila. There are many topics that being shared, yeah, many opportunities that we can embark into. So the first thing is when it comes to tax, yeah, as we know that taxation have significant impact to the economy. We're talking about the government revenue, government collection is going to be used a lot on the public infrastructure, road development, education, and it sometimes go to the climate transition policy. When I did my PhD long time ago, yeah, I think the first PhD presentation that I attended was by associate professor, I think she's associate professor Bin Bui, now editor for Mandatory Accountancy Research, my friends. So her topic is more on emission trading scheme. So that is something new. She raised topics on emissions, carbon. That is, I think, maybe 16 or 17 years ago. So other than that is social protections and institutional trust. So the question here is how we can say that corporate tax behavior basically can reflect the contributions to the society, the firm contribution to the society. It's not about just compliance as what Professor Susila mentions, about reporting, about compliance, but we go further. How does this thing impact the society? Okay, so when it comes to the society, I think we have two traditional views. The first two views. The first one is the traditional view, which many of us learn and subscribe before this, that tax is a cost to reduce. Yeah, we want to reduce the tax. We want to minimize the tax. So we come up with two terms there, tax avoidance and tax evasions. Another thing is lower taxes will improve after-tax cash flow. It will result in more opportunity to grow at later date. And tax planning is viewed as a value enhancing. So tax avoidance or tax planning will result in better outcome for the business. This is the traditional view. Most of us subscribe to this view. But not recently, and then we have another view that we seems to overlook, that is taxation is part of the social contributions. For example, it will help the companies to grow indirectly because the economy is growing at higher states. Okay, and aggressive avoidance can create reputation risk. Now we are not only talking about the firm itself exists in a silo in a society, but firms or businesses is part of the community. So people are concerned about the reputations, about the brands, about the intangible. So by committing tax avoidance or tax aggressive strategies, certainly it will give negative impact to the reputation and long-term strategic direction of the business. Another thing is transparency also support the accountability. So we are moving to the shareholders' value, looking into the business itself, the shareholders, the managers. Now we are looking into a broader perspective, that is the stakeholders' responsibility. So there are many, I did put here several links that you can go see how transparency and reporting can relate to each other. This is the paper from, I think, sources from the PwC, one of the big audit firms. Okay, when it comes to the measurement of tax avoidance, that we have many measures. The most popular one will be the GAAP ETR. Then we have cash ETR. Then we have book tax differences, long run ETR, long run GAAP ETR, long run cash ETR, tax having exposure, unrecognized tax benefit. My experience handling large data from this set, I can say that we find almost the time is there is inconsistency of the result. It's not like earning management study, yeah, using the Chow and the Chef, McNichols, or whatever, you will get basically the same direction, or I can say good result using alternative measurement. But when come to tax proxies, these proxies sometimes does not support each other. So I would suggest you to use multiple measures to support whether your conclusion will be valid or not. Okay. Another thing is we have another uncovered areas that is more on tax evasion, like illegal non-payment or underpayment of tax. So this is another part of the studies that we can venture into. So why sustainability changes the tax debate? Because sustainability increases pressure for consistency between word and action. We have the term like brand washing, yeah. So these are the things that investors are really concerned. Okay. So for example, investors, regulators, customers, all these stakeholders are very concerned whether the word that we disseminate, the information that we are disseminate is in line with the action, the real action, the substance of the organization. So because of that, we can say that a firm claiming strong social responsibility, we are good company, we are good members of the society, and suddenly the market realized that they involved in tax planning, aggressive tax planning, certainly this company will be subject to higher scrutiny from the market. So this is the idea. When it comes to sustainability, sustainability must be consistent with the tax strategy. Okay. So just want to share some evidence about the ESG and tax avoidance. We have many evidence relates ESG. For example, the most popular measure for sustainability. Okay. Number one is ESG reduce avoidance to reputation concern. I mean, firm that has higher ESG, they are associated with lower tax avoidance. Number one. The second evidence is there's no clear association, clear link between this thing. And number three is the ESG firms still avoid tax in some settings. So these are very interesting mixed evidence that you can explore. And the possible explanation I can share here is number one, it will be the reputation concern that I have mentioned earlier. Number two will be the managerial incentive. You can relate with the agency theory and so on. Next one will be symbolic sustainability. Yeah. Smoke screen, greenwashing. This is the issue, interesting issue. And then we have institutional environments, the government of the country. You can relate to the country level. Yeah. With the legal systems, with the investor protection, or we can go to the industry level that I love to do, that is competition. Industry competition is also a kind of governance that people normally neglect. And also the financial pressure, firms' financial pressure. Okay, try to look at these two papers, for example, by Gall in 2026. Okay, how tax avoidance and ESG disclosure mandate. This is a new paper. Another one is by paper by Lee 2024 that is also about the same topics. So this paper, inshallah, will give you a better insight on how we can argue the relationship between ESG and tax avoidance. Another study is about the moderating questions. Yeah, moderating question, whether ESG can be a moderating variable that relates tax avoidance and firm value. I put here a new paper by Elamer, yeah, that published in Business Strategy and Environment. This is a good journal, I think Q1, if I'm not mistaken. This study is trying to examine whether ESG play a moderating role rather than become dependent variables. So in this study, you can say that tax avoidance is valued less positively when ESG expectations are high. So this shows the moderating effect. Instead of looking ESG as the main determinants, now we're looking at ESG as the moderating variables. Okay, from the governance perspective, there are many studies can link governance variables that we already know about that, backward independent, audit committee, CEO power, yeah. There's more on internal governance, and then we can go to the ESG related governance, diversity, yeah. Then we can go to ownerships, yeah, institutional ownerships, ownership concentration, government ownership. Maybe in Indonesia, we can see the military ownerships, maybe some influence there. And then we can go to the external governance, we call it external audit quality. On top of that, we can also add, for example, industry governance or industry competition as how it influences the tax strategy of the company. There are so many things we can do on this topic. So the key question is, does the governance, internal governance, the market governance, the regulatory governance, yeah, reduce aggressive tax avoidance and support efficient tax planning. Okay. So another thing will be the tax transparency and disclosure. If you want to venture into international study as proposed by Professor Susila, for example, if you want to look into ASEAN as your samples, so there are some country regulations relating to governance. Just Google, you will see that there are some indexes, for example, covering tax complexity between countries. There are indexes that I'm doing now, that I'm studying now, a tax complexity between country, okay, where you can compare, you can do similarity, you can do the adjustment, okay, do the adjustment or control for the effect, how complex is the tax system in that country. Okay, the more complex the tax system, is it going to be more tax avoidance involved? But please be concerned when you want to venture into tax studies, the normal measurements, the normal standard measurement, for example, CETR, yeah, cash effective tax rate, that is cash tax paid over income before tax, is no longer applicable. It's no longer applicable because that need to be adjusted with the country tax level. So these are the things that we have to customize if we want to do international studies. Yeah. Okay. And then tax strategy disclosure, effective tax reconciliation, tax risk discussion, tax governance statement, payment to governance. These are all the new disclosure rule that can relate with transparency other than the index given by the bodies around the world. So the research question will be, does transparency reduce aggressive tax behavior? More transparent, whether it's going to able to reduce the tax behavior. Sometimes more transparent people try to move the other way around. Yeah. Okay. When it comes to the environmental, yeah, there are many topics, important topics that I mentioned before, emission trading, yeah. And then we also have carbon taxes. This is my current project now, carbon taxes. We are looking into international studies. There are certain countries who impose carbon tax, yeah. And we have also there are so many other things that relate to environments, yeah, green subsidies, tax credit, emission trading, pricings, all these relates with tax, not only individual tax, companies tax, but carbon taxes. Yeah, that is another interesting topic that you can venture. So let me just go share with you this screen here, my screen here, if possible. Okay. This is a data by the Center of Climate and Energy Solution, which you can look into. Yeah. Okay, these are the world map. The world map. You can see that from this world map, maybe we are in the Southeast Asian regions here. Okay, Indonesia, for example. Yeah, this is Indonesia. So ETS or carbon tax under consideration. Yeah. But when I studied there, in New Zealand, this is something new. ETS implemented or scheduled for implementation. It was implemented a long time before. So we have different class of countries there. For example, the orange one here, carbon tax implemented or scheduled for implementation. Even for Canada, if you look for Canada, they have different regions that impose different tax rate for carbon. And this data is available for metric ton of carbon emit to the environment. So we can calculate not only the tax rate, but also how much you pay for the carbon emissions. Okay, based on by looking into the data, carbon emit, then you multiply by the price of carbon per metric ton. So this is the international studies, and we can say that basically we are still left behind in terms of carbon reporting, carbon tax. So this is another way you can try to give impacts to the country as well. Okay, so this is another kind of study, carbon tax. Even if you go further, just Google down, you will see we can have all the rates available for carbon tax. If you want to move beyond your local scope of study, of your study. Okay, let me go back to the PowerPoint. Okay. So when it comes to the advanced, when Dr. Masina contacted me to share some advanced techniques, I think she loved to invite me for all these statistical things. But basically, it's the same. It's the same for other research as well. Use panel regressions. If you have panels, then I'm going to have fixed effect, DID, instrumental variable to address endogeneity. We have so many choices. Matching, dynamic GNM, you can do textual analysis, machine learning. If you have access to, if you can learn Python, then you can simply extract data directly from any website. We call it scraping the data from any website or any sources. So method choice must match with the identification problem. The design principle, line theory, treatment timing, comparison group, and outcome measurement. So these are the important things for empirical methods. Okay, so the common challenges for most of the study, this is just in general challenges that counted by young researcher is number one, endogeneity. If you're doing archival study, you're not able to address endogeneity or trying to address endogeneity, certainly you're not able to get through the Q1 or Q2 journal, including reverse causality, measurement error, omitted virus. So these are examples of the endogeneity issue. Number two is about the institutional differences. Institutional can refer to the country, can refer to the industry. I did many international studies. When it comes into institutional differences, we are looking into, for example, number one is the legal system. Is it a common law system? Is it non-common law? Is it a French system, German system? So these are the legal system. We are looking into developed market, emerging market, as Professor Sela mentioned. Emerging market is the largest number, of observation available, emerging markets and developed markets. We can look into the culture, for example, of each country. Each country, they have a different culture. You can try to include maybe Hop State 4 dimension, Hop State 6 dimensions, And then other that, we can look into, for example, ESG. ESG is some country put it as ESG, reporting as mandatory, some non-mandatory, So these are ESG things. Same goes to gender. We have mandatory gender reporting, non-mandatory gender reporting, or mandatory gender, female participation in board, non-mandatory, they will be fine. All these are institutional differences. Even for industry level, you can go to sensitive industry, non-sensitive industry, regulated industry, non-regulated industry. So this will certainly add flavor to your study rather than basics. I can say plain research, plain research. So I think data availability is not a big issue in Indonesia because most of the Indonesian universities are equipped with large databases, and you have a large network on that as well. Okay, so the future research agenda regarding tax is you can look into tax avoidance and ESG credibility, not just ESG, ESG credibility, ESG controversies, ESG, Okay, tax transparency and investor trust, green innovations, sustainable disclosure, economic uncertainty, responsible tax behavior, emissions, carbon tax, ESG outcome. You can include the use of AI, tax role-based analysis, and also tax morality. So these are the things that we can do if you interested to do tax studies. So how you're going to reposition your paper is, try to include the governance sustainability pressure, and then tax strategy, tax transparency, and firm outcome. I think I may run out of time. Okay, let me go quickly. These are some my research relating to tax. Not many. This is not my forte. I did some, for example, the impact of governance and tax avoidance, I'm looking into the non-linear effect, this is Asia, Pacific economies, and then I think I have another one, is it the same as above? No, this one is product market competition and tax avoidance, and the other one is more on audit firm tenure and tax avoidance. So these are among the studies that I did. I think you can download that one. I will share the link here. You can download here all the papers. Okay, this is not my main area, but the way I see research is this is my current project now. Okay, empirically, normally people argue on the one directions, that is the positive relationship, the negative relationships. To be honest, that is not the way how world works. There's no such thing as permanence or fixed positive or negative relationship. So what I did recently is I have several papers, that looking into the non-linear. For example, this is a paper recently that is the U-shape relationship between both sides and investment efficiency. Meaning the relationship is not positive, it's not negative. It's going to be negative up to a certain time, and then it's going to be positive. So we're talking about this direction. Another paper is the board size and corporate sustainability performance, also non-linear relationship. Another one is board independent and investment efficiency, also non-linear relationship. So this is the thing that I invested and enjoy much now. So why I value these papers, because we can challenge the assumption of linear governance effect. We can challenge the assumption everything is linear. No, it's not linear. Okay, and then we can capture both the benefit and the cost of the governance. This is the impact of the governance. This is the other story of the governance. We can discuss the two sides of the coin. Okay, and then we can identify where is the optimal point, the inflection point. For example, the first study there, we identified that 15 board of directors, members, is the max. After that, it's not going to work. And then we're going to estimate the turning point where the effect changes. So this is another thing that I love to share with every one of you. Before I end my presentation, just a simple quotes from this scientist. Everyone knows him. He said that I have little passion with scientists who take a board of wood, look for its thinnest part and drill a great number of holes where drilling is. For research, is not about just repetitively doing something that we are comfortable. Try to venture into something more challenging and gain new knowledge, expands the research topics, research methods. That is about research. I think that's all from me. Thank you so much. I did share the links to all my papers, which might be relevant to you, everyone of you. Thank you and good luck to all the emerging young researchers.
Gentlemen, we have now complete all three comprehensive empirical study, and we will now proceed to our Q&A discussion session, which will run until 11:30 o'clock. Before we begin, a few brief reminders for you that please briefly introduce yourself, your name and institution before asking your question, and you might direct your question to a specific speaker or to all three. Okay, let's see in the Zoom meeting. Any questions so far? Tamita, please help me to check the Zoom meeting, please. Maybe the Q&A section or in the chat box. Can you open it for me? Okay. Okay, maybe we will wait the question for you, ladies and gentlemen, or maybe in here in the hall. Anyone want to ask to our keynote speaker? Okay, maybe because there is not no question, not yet a question. Actually, I have a question. I write down for maybe the first one is for Dr. Pascual. Can you hear me, Dr. Pascual? Are you still here?
Yes.
Dr. Pascual, in your presentation, actually in this morning, what is the most common from ethical violation you observe in the green accounting report? And how can forensic accounting methods help detect them early for the violation, for this violation? Can you explain to us?
Yeah, thank you. Excellent questions. Mostly violet is from big countries to like in the emerging countries, they export too much. So now as ASEAN countries or LDC countries, they have to have one commitment to make their own legal framework operational and those things to cover, and then try to upgrade their own law relevance with, let's say in ASEAN. We have a commitment upgrade the law so that you can use in ASEAN for ASEAN centers. Other countries cannot touch us because we have a center. We cannot go direct like their country, or because of they have the capital, they have investor, everything. But we need to comprehend. Let's say Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste is just join ASEAN. But from 10 countries, they help us to make law that are relevant with ASEAN's ASEAN community, economic community, upgrade at least have to be standardized with the ASEAN's. This to prevent. Like Millennium Development Goals, they have the rules there, and they have the donors, but we also have an ambassadors there. We can join this one to get the funds for environment, for greens. Yeah. And the big issue now is green democracy and human rights. This is a big issue. But we as ASEAN, we need to be focused on ASEAN because ASEAN is belong to us. Something happened in ASEAN, as 11 countries feel also what's going on. And then nowadays is a very big issue around the world. We need to be cooperate and then work for the good things for ASEAN. Thank you.
Dr. Pascual, I know that you already take your PhD in UNER, right? And then you
Yeah.
now come back to Timor-Leste. I'm curious about one thing. What do you think the most common difference between Indonesia and Timor-Leste, especially in forensic accounting? Because actually I also teach the forensic accounting in my university. Would you help me to maybe explain or tell us about the main difference between the forensic accounting in Indonesia and in the Timor-Leste? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We learn from Malaysia, from Indonesia, EIE, and then we make it here step by step. For instance, we here guide. Every ministerial we have a cabinet auditor intern. It's like internal audit to prevent those things. And then we have CAC, also here. And then just few months ago, we adopted asset recovery. This one can help. This is from UNCAC. We collaborate with UNCAC, Net Nation Commission and Anti-Corruption. These things. And then here, official that have big salaries and then have like minister, director, vice minister, secretary of state. They need to declare their asset to the CAC. And then to follow up their CAC, and then the moving of their asset, everything is put in place. We tried that one. And then here, everything that in the budget, yearly budget, we use budget transparency portal that adopt from Canada. And then with program, with activities that they put for yearly, we monitor it. And then besides that, internal audit also, we have hired Deloitte Big Four to certify it. Every year, we, government of Timor-Leste, invite Deloitte to audit. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I actually I have a lot of question, but we due to the time, so I'm sorry. Maybe we can continue after this. But first of all, I want to move to the Professor Susela. Can you hear my voice, Prof?
Yes, I can.
Prof. Susela?
I can hear you.
Okay. What I want to ask about what is the single most critical factor that different organization that successfully sustain long-term value from that struggle? What do you think about that? The most critical factor that makes organization different. Sells the
I think from
sustain
my
long-term
observation,
value.
my observation, and also from my engagement with companies, it's the top management commitment, the commitment of the board to sustainability. That's what moves things. If the board is the management, the chairman and the CEO are not about supporting sustainability, but if it's just compliance mindset, it doesn't go very long. But you also see successful companies where the founders and the owners are very determined to actually practice really sustainability. They are successful. So I think one important factor would be the commitment of the top management and the board.
Any of culture in the top management that can push the bottom management to create the value of sustain long-term value from your experience?
It's
culture maybe,
empowering. It's empowering the staff to
operational procedure, standard operational procedure that can push the bottom of management.
Well, from what I noticed talking to some successful companies, it's the tone at the top. If the tone at the top is there, the management, the employees will all fall in line. So the KPIs are driven, all based on sustainability issues, the real serious effort. And so that's what I think will work. No more. That's why I'm preaching or hoping for beyond compliance, moving beyond to create value. And as more and more stakeholders demand for this value creation, not just reporting performance, financial performance, then companies will behave. The behavioral change needs to happen. Are you happy?
Okay, I'm sorry, Prof. Susela, to our technical problem. Actually, I can hear your voice for the last part of your answer, but I can understand what is the answer for my question. Okay, maybe we will move to the Prof. Khairul for the last question, and then I will move to the chat box again. Thank you, Prof. Susela, for your answer.
Welcome.
And then for Prof. Khairul, from your empirical finding, do you observe a complementary or trade-off relationship between tax strategy and corporate sustainability performance? What do you think about that, Prof. Khairul?
You repeat the question. Can you
Okay.
repeat the question? Yeah.
Okay. Do you observe a complementary or trade-off relationship between tax strategy and corporate sustainability performance?
Yeah.
Any
Okay, thank
any
you.
empirical finding from your research, maybe?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the question. I think the basics questions that we as researcher or from the business perspective is whether the tax strategy will lead to I think good tax strategy will lead to higher corporate sustainability. So that is the main questions. Yeah? We have two sides of the coins. Number one is we can argue that firm that implement good tax strategy will also okay implement the same things regarding sustainability. So these are the most popular explanations. If you are good in taxations, you are good, you are complying with the law, and you use whatever meant available in the legal structure, tax structure. So you're going to do the same things with regard to sustainability practices. So these are the first one. This is more popular. Okay. At the same time, there are two arguments. At the same time, there are the other side of the coin. As we know, we have issue of greenwashing, we have issue of smoke screen. So whether this company, use the sustainability performance, to deceive the markets, they are bad companies, they pay less tax, they use all these loopholes to minimize their tax. So this is another interesting question where people normally overlook. So I can say there are large evidence for the first one, but there are minimum or less evidence supporting that firms use greenwashing to deceive the market, to prevent, to hide their improper tax strategies. Yeah.
It's actually a good answer from you, but I sometimes I realize something that sometimes some companies with strong ESG performance still engage in aggressive tax avoidance practices. What do you think about that, Prof. Khairul?
Yes. Yes, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with that. That is the second part that I mentioned. Yeah, ESG reporting is just a way to report, to present yourself as a good member of the society to the publics. Okay, and then tax strategy is another way to maximize the cash inflow or the cash level of the firms. So this is another issue that is worth to investigate. So as PhD students, we should not simply rely on the first explanation only, try to look forward as our chairperson mentions. There are many also evidence showing that this is the smoke screen or the greenwashing activities used by the company. Because of that, there are many, for example, professions now, instead of the big four firms is focusing on auditing of financial statement audit. They now do ESG auditing, ESG assurance as well. And then we have the ESG verification standards to support whether the disclosure made by the firm is really good or not. Take your time later on. Try to look into the British American Tobacco Company. This is company that produce cigarettes. Take your time. Go to the annual reports, the 200 pages of annual report. You will see a lot of positive things that they are trying to convince us. about diversity, about the employment, about the contribution of the society. That is the way they present themselves to the investors, to the public, to the stakeholders, which is contradict with their normal daily operations. Thank you.
Maybe I will move back to Prof. Susela because I think we have a connection here. Prof. Susela, including the tax aggressive tax from the POV from the Prof. Khairul. What do you think? What do you think? What is the biggest challenge about this? What are the biggest challenge from organization for company to preventing organization from moving beyond sustainability compliance toward real strategies value creation, including the aggressive tax like we discussed before, Prof. Susela? Prof. Susela? Okay, maybe Prof. Susela have a technical condition. Kamita, please help to connected to the Prof. Susela. Maybe you can text the Prof. Susela. Okay, I will move to the chat box. Kamita, help me to open the chat box. Any question there? Okay. Okay. There is a question in the chat box. But okay, allow me to ask. I'm Zufrizal, a rector of Borobudur University. My question is, how does tax transparency disclose influence investor perceptions of ESG credibility? Okay, maybe this is for Prof. Khairul. Would you help me to answer the question, Prof. Khairul? Maybe in our chat box.
Okay, thank you, Yusrizal, for the questions, from Borobudur University there. Okay. This issue about tax transparency, whether tax transparency will help investors trust a company ESG claims or reporting or not, So it's about the credibility of the ESG. So now it's raised the thing that I mentioned before, How credible is the ESG reporting? Okay, now how credible ESG reporting? The longer the reports, the more photos, the more activities that you show supporting the ESG, so the more score you will get, by this rating agency and so on. So that is the ESG reporting. But what behind that is the big questions. What behind that? So because we are talking about wrong information given to the public. Some companies tend to disclose a lot because they want to give wrong signal to the market. Okay. So basically, tax transparency can help investors, trust a company ESG. It's simple. When a company clearly, for example, explain where and how much it pay tax. I mean, good tax strategy, good disclosure about tax. So investors are more likely to see the company as honest and responsible. Okay, they are good tax citizens, so they should be, these are honest company. So if the tax information is unclear, so investor might think that the company is hiding something or involved in what we call as greenwashing. So these are the most common, explanation. If you are a good tax citizen, you are good, your ESG reporting will be more credible. Okay, but we have the other way to explain. Let's see, let's the result tell you. Okay, thank you.
Maybe we will move back to Prof. Susela because there is a question that not yet to be answered by Prof. Susela. Okay, Prof. Susela, we already discussed about the tax transparency. So the question is, what are the biggest challenges Do you think what do you think about the biggest challenges preventing organization from moving beyond sustainability compliance toward real strategic value creation, including the tax transparency?
In one word, I think it's capacity. That there is not enough experts, there's not enough expertise within the companies who understand the importance and know what to do. So that's the current struggle we are having in Malaysia, especially when we want the SMEs to move up the value chain as well, because when you're reporting carbon emissions, it also comes from the supply chain, and most of it are the SMEs. So this is the present challenge, is the capacity for them to undertake this sustainable practices. Capacity in all aspects, all the companies themselves, the accountants, the auditors, the stakeholders themselves, the investors as well, to ask the right questions. So it's a big transformation that needs to happen. We need to bring everybody that's why in Malaysia we have the National Sustainability Reporting Framework, and that is now becoming a law. They're going to amend the Companies Act to incorporate the sustainability reporting requirements. But because the capacity is missing, is lacking, so they need to give some time for this transition. So currently these discussions are happening.
Susela, do you think the government have an important role for the enhancing the capacity of the organization?
Very important for the regulators to play a big role, and as well as the government as well. So we have dedicated ministries to ensure this is happening. So I think it's all in the right trend. The track is on track, but we need more scholars to come up with impactful studies, to provide policy reform suggestions, to make sure this happens. That's why my focus was today of what scholars can research and question. And it can be done at the ASEAN level as well, cross-comparative narratives, so that all together, all the countries in ASEAN move along together.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Susela, for your point of view. Okay, maybe I will move back to Dr. Pascual because it's still connected with the tax transparency. I think that's a good discussion in this point of view. Dr. Pascual, in your opinion, how important is forensic accounting in strengthening ethical governance and tax transparency? Because before this, Prof. Khairul also mentioned about the audit. What do you think about that, Dr. Pascual? Are you okay? Technical condition, we lost Dr. Pascual, but maybe Kamita can help me to text the Dr. Pascual. Okay, I will move back to the chat box. Kamita, can you help me to scroll the chat box? Okay, there is no any question so far? Okay, if there is no question, this is the question for all of the speaker today about the opportunity for the big data analytic, because as we know that nowadays we have a rapid movement in the EI. So for the final question, sorry, I would like to know about the point of view from our speaker. Maybe first from Prof. Khairul. Prof. Khairul, do you see an opportunity for a big data analytic for the enhance for the ESG performance and the tax transparency, maybe in ASEAN or maybe in your country? What do you think about that, Prof?
Thank you for the question relating to AI. Yeah, how an AI will give impacts to knowledge, for example, not only the tax, not only sustainability reportings. I think this is the way forward. Yeah, it certainly will impact on how people get informations, process informations, and disseminate information. So the more information available at public places, public domains, the more information can be delivered to the users of information. So these are the things that inevitables. The world is moving so fast, a very dynamic situations now. So these are something that we cannot avoid. So I can say that not only for businesses, they should also place the information available in public domain. So it's retrievable for investors, for the stakeholders. But in terms of researchers, this will be a big opportunities, not only AI, the use of automations in research, for example, for investors in making decisions. This is the big things that distinguish those who are going to success in the future or not. Let me put a simple analogy here. For PhD students, last time we used, for example, the old traditional software, whereby we have to click all these buttons to get one result. So these are the old way of doing things. But with the advancement of technology, you don't need to do that. You just write a program, and the program can rerun again, for multiple projects and so on. The same program can be reused again, and you can go for lunch or for breaks, okay, and then come back, and then you get all the 40 tables that you want. So this is the future. So those who, it's not about trying to understand the knowledge, but more importantly, how to make use of the technology to be a better person. Yeah, to be a better person. That's all for me. Thank you.
Cairo. Okay. And then for Prof. Susela, you already mentioned about the scholar and how important scholar is it. With the rapid development of AI today, who should researchers balance the use for AI tools while maintaining the originality, ethics, and academic integrity in sustainability research?
Well, I would echo what Dr. Khairul, Prof. Khairul mentioned. Is I'm also beginning to find that traditionally we look at sustainability reports. We have to manually look at the reports, but now with AI, big data analytics, you can just write the program and you can easily get the readings and the scorings of the reports themselves. So it's the way to go, and so. And similarly for companies, when they're doing the reporting, they already have the systems in place, big data analytics and systems in place to actually get the information that they can disclose. So that's become easier and faster and more reliable. So I think that's the way to go. It will enhance sustainability practices as well.
You, Prof. Susela, and ladies and gentlemen, due to our limited time, so this is the end of the Q&A session. I would like to send a thank you for our three distinguished speakers in this morning, Dr. Pascual, Prof. Susela, and Prof. Khairul Anwar, for sharing their valuable research insight and expertise with all of us today. I also thanks for all participants for your active participation throughout this session. As we conclude this morning session, let us remember that research is not merely about producing knowledge, but about creating meaningful impact for society and future generation. Great research does not simply answer the question, it inspires new ways of thinking and drives positive change. Okay, and then for the end of the session, maybe Prof. Khairul and Prof. Susela would like to give the final statement or closing remarks for this session. Maybe for Prof. Susela, have you any closing remarks to us?
It has been interesting sharing and listening to all the other speakers, and I've taken away a lot, and I hope you too have benefited. I have shared my presentation slides with the organizers, and hopefully we will keep in touch and do more research, more impactful research on sustainability cross country. Thank you.
You, Prof. Susela, for your closing remarks. Okay. I hope healthy as always and happy. Thank you, Prof. Susela. Okay, maybe the other speaker, are you still here? Maybe from Dr. Pascual or Prof. Hoirul? Okay, or maybe they left. Okay, it's okay. But without further ado, thank you for everyone that's still here and give attention to our session this morning. And then for the last time, I will apologize if I have any mistakes. And thank you for, and I return the session to our master of ceremony, Rika. Thank you, everyone. Good morning.
All right, everyone, give big applause for the first session. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for the professor and our moderator. Okay, this is the next session that I really want to say is this is time for break, but don't forget about there is a photo challenge. So is there anyone already posted in ICMA National Instagram? Yeah, because there is a big prize for you guys that you already posted in Instagram. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants in this audium room, this is our concludes of our morning session, and this is now time for lunch and duhur prayer. So it takes time 1 p.m. Yes, and the lunch is will be served in this area. So just be wait, and the committee will give you the lunch. Okay, and the prayer facilities are available, and kindly return by 13 and enjoy your break. And coming to this session again for the second session. Okay, enjoy your break and don't forget to join the photo challenge. Thank you. Zealand. We now resume our afternoon keynote session, and we'd also like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Reynolds and Dr. Mirna. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we are really glad to have you here. And we once again invite our moderator. Okay. While we waiting for our moderator is already here, I would like to remind all of you to join us photo challenge. Have you already to take a picture in that photo booth? Okay, and don't forget to tag in our ICMA.national account Instagram. Then you will get a prize that will be e-money. Don't forget to story your post on feed, on story, or by reel. Okay, here our moderator. Then please join me in warmly welcoming Miss Dika. We now invite you to lead our discussion. Give a big round of applause to our moderator. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, are you ready? Are you still hungry, everyone? Are you still sleepy? Maybe sleepy, yeah. Okay. Welcome back to this session. Good afternoon, and your participant. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the second International Conference on Building Research Initiative out in higher level teaching. Okay, welcome back again with me, Dika Mahaputri, and I'm honored once again to serve you as a moderator for this afternoon session. This afternoon, we will hear with speakers on the topics of big data and decision making, reporting in the government sector. To introduce our first this afternoon. Mic-nya on off. Sama mic untuk oh sudah, Pak. Oke. Thank you, Kamite. Okay, for our first presentation this afternoon, I'm delighted to introduce Tarsisius Reynolds Suganda, SAMSE PhD, joining us on site. For Mr. Reynolds, welcome to our floor. Okay. Before Mr. Reynolds, Dr. Reynolds, start the presentation, allow me to introduce briefly about Dr. Reynolds. Dr. Reynolds serves right now as a Dean of the Faculty Economic and Business, Universitas Macung, Malang, a position he has held since January 2025. He holds a PhD in Business and Finance from Yeongnam University, South Korea. He also earned his master's degree from Universitas Gadjah Mada. Dr. Reynolds is a prolific researcher with over 30 published papers in international journals, including Scopus Quartile 1, publication in Research in International Business and Finance by Elsevier. He is also a two-time recipient of the Best Presenter Award at the American Finance Association Conference in Osaka, Japan. Today, Dr. Reynolds will present on how big data reshape managerial decision-making in sustainability context. For Dr. Reynolds, please proceed your presentation.
Check, check. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah. It's really nice to be here. Thank you so much for all the audience and my beloved students. And of course, ICMA host committee and all the students that are helping a lot in this event. Okay. So today, I would like to share this simple topic, I think, right? So I would like to share about how big data reshapes managerial decision making in sustainability context. Okay. Before I delve into the topic, ladies and gentlemen, over the past decade, accounting and finance has undergone a significant transformation. Traditionally, as we already knew, that accounting and finance actually relied primarily on structured financial data, such as balance sheet, income statements, and other macro indicators. Those kind of data is quite good. Those kind of data were really reliable. However, those were small, standardized, and mostly historical. That's why, as a result, some of managerial decision-making process was largely based on that kind of financial metrics. And what about now? We are in the modern era. So in this modern era, we combine these two approaches. The first one is traditional, and the second one is new era of big data. So the presence of big data has shifted all the paradigm from the conventional into the new one. And that's why I'm here to share this kind of topic to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about the big data, we have to see that in nowadays, corporate are not only evaluated by how capable they are doing the high profitability or growth, but also on their capability to maintain their reputation. That's why sustainability is important right now. So as a researcher, we know that we have a lot of proxies, but one of them, the most important one right now, is ESG, right? As the previous keynote speaker mentioned before, he said that ESG is one of the most important thing right now. So that's why this topic matters. I'm going to say that the nature of accounting and finance research is changing. First one, accounting and finance is becoming data intensive, from small data into big data, from driven approach to data-driven approach. We cannot say that theory is not important anymore, ladies and gentlemen. But in this case, by the availability of the big data, it enables all the researchers to uncover, to unveiling the unusual relationship. So to understand the real phenomenon, we cannot say that everything is in linear nexus. But we have to say that let's delve into deeper investigation, right? That's why we have U-shape, we have inverted U-shape, and etc. Okay. The second one, sustainability creates new information demands. Of course, right now, companies are not evaluated by only their capability to do the high growth or high profitability, but also on their capability to maintain the reputation. How do they deliver DESG? Doing good things is good at some level, yeah. But above a specific level, doing good things is bad for company, right? Because they have to spend much cost, much money just to show that they are doing good things for the environment. Okay. And the third one, traditional research methods are somehow no longer sufficient. As I mentioned earlier, that especially in universities, professors or teachers or lecturers, we have to take this kind of responsibility. We have a huge responsibility. Why? Because the era has changed. Our students, they cannot solely depend on the numerical numbers, analyze that kind of numberings, but we have to employ them with a new approach, namely big data. How the analytical skills is quite important right now. So that's why I put as the number 4, in this case, universities must prepare future researchers. Okay, I divided the evolution of accounting and research into 2 different parts. The first one is traditional accounting and finance era, and the next one is the modern era. When we talk about the modern era, that means we combine 2 different approaches. The first one is econometrics. The second one is new era. We are involving big data in this modern. So the first one, traditional financial statements. Yeah, it consists of several statements, balance sheet, income statement, and notes of financial statements, etc. And the second one, if we want to evaluate the firm's financial performance, we have to use accounting ratios. Yes, that's completely agree, right? And the third one, historical data. We can absorb all the historical data, but we don't know yet how to use it to predict the future. And the third one, all of this, we call it structured data. So how about the modern era? We have to face, we have to face this kind of, the first one is information or overload. Ladies and gentlemen, financial statement is only a small part of the bigger part. The bigger part, namely annual report. And then we have another report, sustainability report. Sustainability report means there are a lot of unstructured data there. So that's why as academicians, we have to know how to grab the data from the unstructured data. If we talk about accounting ratios, it's quite easy right now. Even my students can do it. Less than 1 minute, they can scrap 500 companies. Yes, they can do it. But how about this one? Textual disclosures. How about CEO letters to stakeholders, CEO letters to shareholders? How can we get the direct information from that kind of letter? It's quite difficult. Using traditional approach, it's a bit difficult. That's why we have to employ our skills with that kind of new skill. I'm going to show you the live demonstration, how we can do that kind of thing using Python programming, okay? And the third one is real-time information. Using, for example, stock price movement. Stock price movement relates to this. How can we use that kind of stock price movement to make a new decision, to make a fast decision, but in a correct condition? We can say, I can make a fast decision, but I'm not sure whether is it correct or not. That's why we have to understand how can we change the real-time information into beneficial decision. And then predictive analytics, this one. Right now, there are a lot of research, a lot of published papers talking about how can we predict ESG scores next year? How can we predict the bankruptcy of the companies? We can do this as well using big data approach. And all of these are talking about unstructured data. Okay. Next, let's delve into deeper exploration. There are 3 challenges in the big data era. The first one is data quality and reliability. Second one is data privacy and security. And the third one is skill gaps among researchers. The first one, for example, suppose I meet another researchers and then I ask that researcher, how did you get the data? From which data provider? And after you collect the data, what did you do with the data? Did you do the cleaning? Did you do the winterization? Did you do the standardization? Or what else? So transforming the raw data into the final data set, it's quite challenging and it's not an easy job. That's why we have to understand, we have to employ ourselves with that kind of skills here, how to transform the data from the raw into the qualified data. Next one is data privacy and security. This one, of course, for example, about the customer information data, it can leak anytime, anywhere. That's why it's really important right now. Our data should be maintained well by the third party. For example, SQL database. Somehow there might be a leak in that kind of data. So this is quite important and this is so challenging. The last one is skill gaps among researchers. All of those three leads to one question. How can researchers transform large volumes of information into meaningful decisions? Okay, and the next one, I think I already mentioned everything about this one. Annual report, yes, it's quite a lot of data there. Financial statement is only a small part of it. And the number two is auditing. Auditing is like this. For example, if we want to check whether we have uncommon transaction, we can use big data to trace the potential flag errors of the transactions. Number three, sustainability management. For example, ESG report. This one refers to the sustainability management. The fourth one is financing decisions. How can we predict the stock price movement for the next day or next second day or fifth day ahead? Number five, it relates to ethics and governance. This one relates to how can we use big data into our daily life. For example, in corporate operations, that one, ethics and governance. How can we share the publicly data to anyone? But for publicly firms, we cannot share that kind of information because it's confidential. Okay, next. So there are several tools, but in this case, I only mentioned 4 of them. The first one is spreadsheets, Excel, Google Sheets, and the number 2 is programming languages, Python, R, and the third one is database management systems. We know that SQL here or in Indonesia, we are familiar with ERP, and the last one is BI, Power BI, and visualization tools. In the next slides, I will do the live demonstration of how can we use Python to analyze the unstructured data. Okay, so I'm going to use the annual report data, and then I'm going to use the Python, and then I will make one index called digital disclosure index, and we can find the nexus between that index and the corporate finance outcome. So this is the example of one of the best journal in the world, China Economic Quarterly International. So in this paper, so I already highlight with the green highlight part, we search keywords such as internet, and then online, and then new products, new services, and e-commerce in banks annual reports. So in this case, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 keywords. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the new era of doing research. We are not depending only on the numbering basis, but now we are going to analyze how the intensity of these keywords will affect the managerial decision making. Okay, so in this case, for example, I'm going to do the live demo. For example, we have 7 keywords. This one. Okay, I already. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm using Python as a programming language here. So since I graduated from South Korea, all of academicians there, they used Python to do the research, okay? I'm going to use PDF Plumber as the library. In this case, ladies and gentlemen, I already downloaded annual report of one of the biggest banks in Indonesia. Okay. So this is the annual report, and I'm going to analyze this report using programming language. I want to see how can we measure the confidence level of BCA to introduce their sustainability or their digitalization. So in this case, okay, pump it up, okay. I'm not going to teach this kind of codes to all of you, but I'm going to show you how can we do this. Only less than 2 minutes, then we will have the results. Please be patient. The red light indicates we are going to see what happens next. So it's on progress. Why did I do this? Because I want to know about the CA confidence level of these 7 keywords. And that's how we make our own index. Just like they did in this paper, okay? So everyone can do this. We may replicate this kind of journal. It is published in high index, I think, China Economic Quarterly International. So, okay, I think we already got, yes, we already got the result in this part. Ladies and gentlemen, digital keyword 300 something, sorry, cannot see it clearly. Digital 306 keywords, automation 16, AI 3000 something, and the index is 0.01. It means 1% of this firm prove the confidence level of the intensity of these keywords. So if we want to replicate this kind of journal, we can do it easily. We call it a digital disclosure index, okay? So next, this is the result if we compare 2 different companies. For example, just in case, so I'm not going to compare, but this one's only a simple example. The first one is BRI and the second one is Aneka Tambang. As we can see there, that the score is for BRI is slightly higher than Aneka Tambang. In that case, this is the conclusion. BRI places greater emphasis on communicating digitalization-related initiative and activities in its annual report compared to Aneka Tambang. So if we have 10 different firms, with each firm has 10 different time periods, we can do it less than 1 hour, and then we can start writing our paper. And it's quite good because not everyone can do this. Yeah, okay. So I feel like I have several examples here. I already prepared for ICMA. Wait a minute. Okay. This is for stock price prediction. Any of you has specific requests? I can do this. For example, if you want to predict, how about Kalbe Pharma stock will be happen in the next 5 days? Is it going good or going bad? I can do it. For example, I will do it for our Indonesian stock market. So I'm going to scrap this index harga saham gabungan. In this case, the stock ticker is GKSE here. I scrape start from 2024 or, for example, 2025, or since our new president was born in Indonesian cabinet, 2005, for example, let's say June, okay? In this case, okay. Train test, okay. Yeah, this is the result, okay. I'm going to copy it and then I'm going to save it in Word. Okay. Okay, this one. So this is what happened if we employ ourselves with the new approach of analytical skills. This one, actual price by the black line, and then linear regression. Yeah, red line, and the random forest. It's one of the machine learning with the blue line. Yeah. In this case, we can see what will happen next. Can we confirm that linear regression is better than random forest? No, we cannot. Yeah, that's why we have to prove it. In this case, I'm going to prove it, which one is better. So in this case, yes, linear regression is better because the R square, the coefficient determination is bigger than random forest. And how about the next future 5 days? We can do it as well. So this is one of the example how to make a decision making using the big data analytical things and etc. etc. I think okay, ladies and gentlemen, one more simple example from me. For example, if we have startup company and our startup company has this kind of data, for example, this is a very small database because Excel, they can, oh yeah, only 27 rows, okay? Excel only, Excel has limitation, ladies and gentlemen. They only show 1 million something rows. After that, we couldn't open that kind of data through Excel. We have to open it through other tools. So for example, this is one file that we have, and then I'm going to make the dashboard, this one. So I will do several codes. It's really simple. And then I have this launcher, and then I'm going to do this. So this is it. From the simple data, we just put the Excel file here and blah. Automation is happening here. This one, line chart yearly, bar chart tahunan, komparasi, solvabilitas. And this is the simple analysis, only from one Excel file. I'm going to stop this one. I'm going to change with the first application and then go. So this is what we call automation process. Just browse your files, put it in, and we will get the result automatically, this one. And if you want to grab this kind of data, you may do this, and then just move your cursor, and they will exactly give you this kind of data, okay? You may change it into this kind of data. We didn't have it before, okay? Escape, and then this liabilities composition. It came from only this simple data. That's called automation. That's what we call big data, but this one is not big because we have only 27 rows. Yeah, if you have big data, more than 1 million rows, then you can do this easily. Okay, let's delve into the conclusion part. Yeah. So there are several key takeaways, but the number 5 is the most important one. The future of accounting over finance research is not defined by access to data, but by the ability to transform data into meaningful evidence and informed decisions. So these are the references I used. And thank you so much. Reinhard Suganda here. Bye.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Reynald. Give applause to Dr. Reynald, our lovely dean, for that eye-opening presentation on big data and sustainability decision making. That it's really interesting demo that you can use to your final task, your scriptsy, right? Okay, before we going to the Q&A session, we have one final presentation of this afternoon session. It is my pleasure to introduce you to our last presenter, Mirna Amiria, SAMSAK PhD, that joining us on site from Bu Mirna. You can going to our stage. Would you over here or stand over there, Bu Mirna? Ya, boleh di situ boleh. Sepertinya kalau cewek lebih mudah, lebih enak duduk. Okay, before Dr. Mirna start the presentation, allow me to give brief introduction to Dr. Mirna. Mirna Amiria, Dr. Mirna Amiria is a lecturer at Universitas Brawijaya and earned her doctoral degree from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, China. Her expertise lies in public sector accounting, forensic accounting and audit, as well as qualitative research method. Currently, she serves as a Deputy Supervisor for Financial Affairs at the International Supervisory Unit of Universitas Brawijaya and also as a member of the Supervisory Board of Menur Hospital Surabaya under the government of East Java Province. Mrs. Mirna is also involved in international research collaboration, international service program, and served as editor of Tiara Journal at Universitas Jaya. Research and publication focus on public accountability, fraud prevention, sustainability governance, and critical thinking, with various publication indexed internationally. Today, Dr. Milna will present on building a sustainability reporting system in the government sector. Dr. Milna, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, today I will share maybe the different topic, because I seen that the fourth presenter before is speak a lot about the maybe in the private sector, and this is we have to another presentation in the government sector itself, Okay, and maybe can you help me to present PPT? Oh, okay, still in the process. Please wait, Okay, and I also want to send my greeting, Pak Renald, you as a Dean of FEB Machung, as well as Pak and Pak Rino is my student in Jaya University on the previous previous years, many years. Okay, and also the team of ICMA, Ibu Moderator, nice to meet you, and Bu Mahsina, Bu Dian, as well as the team of ICMA, Pak Raffles, and also. Okay, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The title that I will share is about the building a sustainability reporting system in the government sector. So this the specialist or particularly in the government sector itself. Okay, next. Okay, and this is the background, in the based on the global context, why we need to build, the sustainability in government itself, because based on the global context, there are some issues we face. Like, firstly, is a climate crisis, climate crisis such as it become a global threat, and then causing an increase in the frequency of natural disasters, etc. So it demanding that governments be held accountable for the environmental impact of developmental policies. So the issues is not the government just give the report for their accountability itself, but it is depend with the impact, impact about their policies, And the second is because of SDGs pressure itself, So the SDGs pressure, I mean, it encourage governments to demonstrate development progress that is not only economically oriented, but also socially and environmentally oriented. And next is because of ESG movement. Yeah. So ESG movement, like we ever seen before, yeah, many talk in the private sector, but how about in the government sector? Yeah. So about the ESG movement itself, yeah. So from the private sector to the public sector, so that governments are no longer judged solely on financial performance. They not only give the performance, financial performance only, but also how the sustainability of environment itself. Yeah. And the last is the public demand for transparency. Yeah. It regarding the impact of governmental policies on the environment, social welfare, and the use of public resources itself. Okay, next. Why traditional government reporting is no longer enough? Yeah. Why? Why in the government sector we need to report such as like sustainability reporting, etc. Yeah. Because in the traditional government reporting is too financial oriented reporting. Yeah. They just focus in how to report the financial perform, yeah, but not about the impact because of their policies to the environment, to the society, etc. Next is to compliant oriented reporting. Yeah, as we know that as a government sector, yeah, they always to report about the compliance reporting. Yeah, so it is. I mean that it is important, but not everything. Yeah, and next is invisible climate risk. Yeah, what is not measured in government report is often what pose the greatest threat to future generation. Yeah. So the biggest challenges is to measure, yeah, about the climate risk. Yeah. How we can measure the climate risk. And I think it is very big challenges. Yeah. Okay. Next is about the weak environmental accountability. Yeah. When environmental impacts are absent from public report, ecological costs become invisible in policy decision making. Next is what is a sustainability reporting system? Yeah, so from the many of literature said that it is an integrated reporting framework that combined financial, environmental, social, and governance accountability itself. And nowadays, as we know that governments sector, yeah, it should or they have mandatory to report some reporting such as financial reporting and then performance report, etc. And how about this, the sustainability report itself? Yeah, so the sustainability report itself is very newest issues in the government sector. Yeah, so we don't have how about the format, how about the phase of the reporting in the sustainability report. It is very unclear, yeah, until now. And we can see, yeah, the comparison between what is the different government performance report itself in nowadays, yeah, and how about the sustainability report for the future report itself. Yeah, we can see in some aspect. Firstly is about the main focus. Yeah, so the different is about the main focus. The main focus of government performance report is on organizational performance achievement. Yeah, how to value, how to achieve about the program as well as the activity. Yeah, but how in the sustainability report, sustainability report itself, yeah, the main focus is to know, yeah, how the impact of organizational sustainability. So it beyond, yeah, it beyond not only talk about the financial only, or maybe just social or society only itself, but how to combine, yeah, many component. Okay, and next is the main question. The difference of the main question is in the performance report. The main question is, was the target achieved? So the program is success, the activity is success. Is success, is the program and the activity is success, so we can continue in the next year. And if they are failed, so we can, what is it, like the doing a correction and doing something better, improvement, something like that. Yeah. But how, the main question in the sustainability report, what is sustainable development? So it is very huge, yeah. It is very huge question, answer, yeah, because the scope of the sustainability is huge, just more than to report the performance our organization. Yeah. And next is about the orientation. Yeah. So the orientation in the performance report is only for program effectiveness. That is, a program is effectiveness such as we know that in the government, like nowadays is MBK. MBK. Is it MBK is effectiveness? Yeah, okay. Oh no, just only talk about that. Yeah, we cannot talk in the higher scope another. Yeah, just only how about the politic, how about the MBK, as well as, yeah, something like that. Yeah, so the program effectiveness, something like that. Yeah, but how about the sustainability report? Yeah, so the orientation is for economic, yeah, social, environment impact, etc. And the time horizon, it's also different. Yeah, in the performance report, generally, yeah, the report just show the short until the medium term. So the period is for 1 year until 5 years. Yeah. And how about the sustainability report? It is for long term. Yeah, because if we give the permit, yeah, for the like mining company, yeah, to exploit the natural, etc., etc. Yeah. So for the long term, yeah, for the long term, what is the impact of our life? It's not just about to give the permit that another company inside, yeah, internal our organization itself, or more MNC, yeah, multinational, or another company in the broader, yeah. So the big challenges is how this decision making from the government will give impact in our life. Yeah. So it's not about the economic, but also how our social and environmental, yeah, in the long term. Okay. And next slide, please. Okay. So the development of public sector accounting in the modern era, we can divide into two sections. Yeah. First is sustainability accounting in the government sector. Yeah. So the development, yeah, how to sustainable the accounting, yeah, to make the sustainability accounting in the government sector itself. Yeah. We can, in the PPT, we can see that the difference, yeah, between old approach and in the context of SDGs itself. Yeah. In the old approach, for example, is the environmental agency, or in Indonesia we call it with the Dinas Lingkungan Hidup. Yeah. It reported that IDR 10 billion reforestation budget had been 100 utilized. Yeah. So the implementation is they have to doing the reforestation budget. But in the context of SDGs, the reporting is not only just report the implementation, but also we can add the supporting information such as sustainability, such as demonstrate how the government demonstrate its contribution to poverty alleviation, quality education, public health, clean energy, climate action, and sustainable development. So something like that in the CSR, but it is a different, Okay, next. The second is the green accounting in the government sector. So why it is important? Because often development success is measured solely by economic growth and infrastructure development. However, development can cause pollution, forest destruction, biodiversity loss, etc. Example is construction of a new road. The traditional accounting just so in their report is construction cost is IDR 100 billion. But in the green accounting, we can add some information such as the following taken into account: field trees, how many we are doing construction, carbon emission, ecosystem impacts, environmental rehabilitation costs, how many, environmental rehabilitation costs, etc. Okay, next. So there is a toward paradigm shift toward from old paradigm. There is accounting is seen as recording money. So in the old paradigm, accounting itself is seen just only to record money, to record a financial performance, something like that. And we shift, we are doing shift toward to new paradigm, that accounting is seen as recording public value and sustainability impact. So there is a paradigm shifting, from old paradigm to new paradigm. Next. And how about in the international development itself? So we can see, it's not a very rapid development such as in the private sector, but at least in the international development in the government sector, we have the IPSASB, International Public Sector Accounting Standard Board, has begun developing to introduce IPSAS BSRS 1 to climate related disclosure. So some or many of government sector itself based on the IPSAS BSRS 1 can disclosure about the climate related. But in the future, the next about the sustainability additional information is not yet informed. Okay, next. Just only climate disclosure. And how about in Indonesia context itself? In Indonesia context itself, in the SAP or what is it, standard akuntansi pemerintahan itself, there is no disclosure about the climate, this climate, because it is very newest today, in the international context, and we have not ready yet, to adopt this what is it, this standard, for the how to disclosure about the climate impact, Okay, next. So what is the key challenge, is to build sustainability in government sector itself. Many challenges. First is about the lack of regulation and standard. So there is no regulation and standard yet until today how to disclosure sustainability. And the second is data fragmentation. Sustainability data is spread. And next is weak assurance, political pressure. And the capacity issues. Because human resource is not ready. As we know that the apparatus in the government sector is very weak to how to pressure them to report. They can report the financial reporting itself is very good, but how to what is it encourage encourage them to report the sustainability is that it cannot be imagination. Very hard. So the biggest challenge is capacities issue itself. Okay, next is I think the last the conclusion. So the challenge facing governments today is not merely to account of for how public money is spent, but to demonstrate how public resource create sustainable economic, social, and environmental values. Okay, thank you from me, and I give it back to the Ibu Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mina, Ibu Mirna, for the highly relevant and practical presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in here, we have no complete both presentation of this afternoon session, and we will now proceed to our Q&A discussion session. Maybe for Dr. Rinald, you can move to this seat to proceed the Q&A session. And for Kamite, can you help me? You help me to open the chat box. Maybe we have question in there. Okay, please check the chat box. And for you in here, if you have any question, please introduce yourself before asking. And feel free to direct your question to either or both speaker. Okay, everyone? Okay, any question in the chat box? Maybe attendance in the Zoom, you will to ask directly to our speaker. Okay, maybe while we waiting for the Zoom attendance, I would like to ask to Dr. Rinald first. Okay, okay. Oke, ada yang raise hand. Oke. William Sanjaya, oke. William Sanjaya, sir, can you hear my voice clearly?
Excuse me, Miss, my
Would
name
you
is
like to ask directly to our speaker here,
yes,
Mr. William?
yes,
Hello.
yes. I want to ask
Okay.
direct. I have two questions. The first one is why is traditional government financial reporting considered insufficient for the sustainability? That is the first question. And the second question is how does the main focus of government performance report different from a sustainability report? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. William, can you repeat your question before we have technical problem here before, so we cannot hear your first question. And please mention who will answer the question. This the question for Dr. Reynald or Bu Mirna.
This
Can
question.
you repeat? Okay, can you repeat?
This question is for Dr. Mirna. I have two questions. The first question is why is traditional government financial reporting considered insufficient for sustainability? That is the first question. And the second question is how does the main focus of government performance report different from other sustainability report? Thank you.
Thank you, William, sir. Okay, for Bu Mirna, Dr. Mirna, you can answer directly.
Okay, thank you. The first question is not I what is it? I catch from the question is about the like forest. Yes, is it right? Okay, forest report, something
Yeah,
like
forest
okay.
report.
Okay, forest report, something like that, yeah, about the sustainability. Okay, as I said before, that the sustainability report in the Indonesia context itself is there is no regulation, not yet, yeah, not yet about the regulation as well as the standard, yeah. In the international context itself, yeah, IPSAS board only introduce one standard, yeah, about the climate related disclosure, only that, not prepare how to disclose or how to report, yeah, the sustainability reporting itself, yeah. I just in my PPT I just give the some literature, yeah, in some source, yeah, what is the sustainability report itself and how to give the additional or give the disclosure, yeah, information about that, yeah, etc. Okay, maybe Mas siapa itu tadi ya? Mas William, yeah. Maybe Mas William can answer your question. And the second is about the orientation, yeah, orientation, or maybe the difference between a performance report and sustainability report itself, yeah. As I said before, that the orientation of performance report is focused on program effectiveness, only to their activity, only for activity that implemented by the government itself. But in the sustainability report, yeah, the orientation is how what is the sustainable development, yeah. So not only report the achievement of the government, yeah, but also what is the impact, yeah, about their policies, about their what is it, program and activity, yeah, and how it impacts, yeah, not only in economic but also in the social environmental impact, yeah. Said before that if it's not only a report that government is permit, yeah, government give permit the mining company to exploit the mining, something like that, yeah. But also the government is give the accountable, yeah, and responsibility also, yeah, the impact of about their policies about that. Okay, maybe I can give the simple example, yeah, like that. Okay, maybe it can answer your question, yeah, Mas
Sorry,
Billy.
Dr. Mirna. So, like you said, the MBG before that one.
Okay. MBG, yes. What is your question?
So is the example is like policy like that?
Okay. Yeah, I mean that in the MBG is, I mean that it only give the report about the program effectiveness, Mas William, yeah, about MBG itself. But in the sustainability report, yeah, it's not just only to report that some program like MBGs is effectiveness or not, yeah. But beyond that, Mas William, yeah, beyond that, yeah, there is MBG is good for our social. There is no gap social between rich and between the what is it, the poor, yeah. As we know that MBGs now, yeah, itself, yeah, actually it should be delivered to the, as you know, we call it with the three 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 T, yeah. 3T is exactly, yeah, 3T is for like the region who has terdepan terpinggirkan as well. But why MBG is delivered in the for the Java Islands, maybe, yeah, because Java Islands, I think that they don't have difficulty, yeah, in the food, something like that. But how they can responsible, yeah, about this condition? Okay, maybe it can answer your question. Okay, thank you.
Clear or not, William, sir? Clear or not? Bu Mirna? Okay. I think William is clear and he left us. Oke. Oke. Karena dia sudah puas dengan jawabannya. Oke, will you help me to scroll again, Kamite, or maybe someone in the Zoom would like directly to answer the question, ask the question to our presenter today? Anyone? Okay. If there is no question in the Zoom, maybe I will move to Pak Reynold. Okay. Pak Reynold, you previous presentation before you said about the Python. Okay, that is something new for me as a lecturer because actually I never used that in my research. But I would like to ask because you said that you everyone maybe in Korea use that for the research. What is the main difficulties to use Python in our research and why it's not hence in this in Indonesia, in the researcher in Indonesia? What do you think about it?
Okay. Miss Dika, thanks for your valuable questions. So I think it's quite challenging. Your question is pointed at me directly since before I went to Korea, frankly speaking, I didn't have any kind of that kind of skills. Yeah. So for me, if you ask me about how to master Python step by step, actually, sure. Yeah, because at the time I jumped directly to the finance. So by investigating the small case of the finance and accounting issues, so at the time I remember one thing. We have to replicate the Pharma and Friends paper, and we are, how to say, forced to we are forced by our professor to prove that our findings is 99% similar with Pharma and Friends findings. So in that case, I finished my project, my first project, within 3 months to do that kind of Pharma and Friends. And after that, I jumped into the basic level of mastering Python. But at the time, I'm not sure was my step-by-step correct for beginner level of students to master Python. But as long as I remember, learning by doing is the best practice that I ever had. Yeah. And in Indonesia itself, I think our Wakil Presiden, yeah, our Vice President, every time he mentioned about AI, he mentioned about coding. Yeah. I'm not pretty sure this kind of statement motivates all the teachers in elementary schools or even in how to say senior high school as well, because I'm not sure that the teacher also well prepared with that kind of programming language. But for me, that kind of policy is really good actually. Yeah, as long as we have the strong, how to say, support from the government. For example, they invite all the teachers to have the Python, how to say, training, yeah, for 1 year maybe to master the Python for the basic level, for the intermediate and the advanced level. And after, the teacher can change all the curriculum, and then they start doing that from the beginning, from the elementary school. That's quite good. in my honest opinion. Yeah, thank you, Budika.
Thank you, Pak Rinald. Okay, maybe a student in here, you can use Python for your thesis. It's really interesting, yeah. Not only for me, I think, but also for you. Or maybe in Machung, there is a student that use Python, Pak Rinald, for their skripsi. Because in UM, sepertinya Python memang belum dipakai. Mungkin di Machung ada yang sudah, Pak.
Yeah, so since I was here
Hmm.
last year,
January, ya, Pak, ya.
our curriculum has changed.
Okay.
Yeah. So we employ the students with Python for 3 semesters here. Yeah. And last time, as I remember, I was invited in ONS Solo, yeah, to give this kind of to give how to solve, how to publish in Scopus using Python. Yeah, because they have targeted the students, each of them, to publish in Scopus index, yeah, especially for the doctoral students. Yeah. So I think right now Python is quite famous in Indonesia, but I'm not sure which university already has been using this kind of program. Thank you.
Oke, mungkin saya perlu membumikan yang di UM. Baik, sepertinya ada respon lagi Bu Mirna dari William. Oke, William sir, maybe Kamita, can you open the chat book? Oke, sawit. What do you think about the sawit, Bu Mirna? The policy to make a sawit land in Papua. Oke, what do you think about that? Sepertinya masih belum puas berarti ini.
Okay, the policy to make sawit land in Papua. Yeah. So I mean that sustainability report, it's not only to show, what is policies that made by governments. Like as you question, have you question to me, how to open the to exploit the mining area, etc. In the sustainability report itself, Mas William, it's not only to show, to report some of policies, some of program and activity, but also how the impact, for the long term. Not only if we give the if we give the permit to open the sawit land, it will also increase our economic itself. But how about our environmental? So it not just to disclose about the financial report that we have increase, if we have a significant increase in our economic because we have export, because we can export the sawit to another, etc. But in our environmental itself, what exactly, for the long term, the impact in our land, is it will give our dangers itself, like like in Aceh, in Aceh province, many land is open, to sawit land, but government until now not yet also give the report, give the disclosure, about the impact of about our their policies, maybe even though that there is not yet procedure, there is not yet the regulation or maybe the standard, maybe government also give the additional information to disclose maybe in their financial report, maybe, or the year reporting, to add the information that the impact to the environment is blah 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 blah, the impact for the economic is blah blah blah, the impact for the social or society is blah blah blah, something like that, Mas William. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Mirna. But William actually have another question. But before we back to the William, Pak Renaud, Dr. Renaud, due to our discussion with Bu Mirna about the sawit land, about the condition in Indonesia, actually, I want to know about your opinion about how has big data changed managerial decision due to this condition. Can big data helps maybe for the data about the sawit, maybe it's too much, you cannot open again or something like that. What do you think?
Thank you, Budika.
Mm.
I'm not that familiar with the crude palm oil sector, right?
Yes.
Yes. But in this case, I think if you talk about audit investigation,
Mm.
we might discover some, for example, the potential flag errors of the transactions related to that crude palm oil sectors. For example, if we can grab all the historical data about the transaction of the kelapa sawit, and then the auditor has additional skill to monitor the social media, the pattern of the kelapa sawit itself, and the regulatory, the policies in Indonesia or maybe in outside Indonesia. As we know that Malaysia is super powerful in kelapa sawit, right? Yeah, and if our auditor can compare those kind of how to say unstructured data, so I think our government can formulate the new policy for our kelapa sawit system in Indonesia. But as I mentioned earlier, I'm not quite sure about my own opinion about this kind of sector, but that's the simple or that's the basic example of doing collecting data, and then we manage the data from historical data plus from unstructured data, social media, market sentiment, news, and everything. Yeah.
Okay, so can we conclude that the big data, it can change managerial decision making compared to the traditional one?
1000%. Yes.
Okay, okay, it can help make a better decision maybe.
I'm not sure. Can we say better or not? I'm not sure, but
Okay,
at
yeah,
least
yeah, yeah.
we have how to say great pot view.
Okay,
If we include, if
reserve.
we involve big data into our managerial decision making.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Pak Renaud. Okay, maybe we can open the chat box again. I think there is something that, okay, from Nathaniel. Who should companies balance the impact of sustainability on company value or financial materiality with the company's impact on the environment or society or impact materiality? If it is possible to combine these two metrics in a single integrated report without compromising either, maybe, yeah, for Pak Renaud. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Nathan.
Nathaniel Aaron.
Yeah. Okay. So the concept is there any possibility to combine two metrics, right? Two different metrics. The first metric is financial metric, Aaron. And the next one is non-financial metric, right? To combine those two different metrics, right? Yeah. Yeah, so the answer is yes, 100%. So for example, most published papers nowadays, they are concerning about not only one metric, not only financial metrics, but also non-financial metrics. So Aaron, I suggest you to come tomorrow to see your seniors. They will present about it, combining those two different metrics, right? ESG as the non-financial metric plus ratios analysis as the financial metrics. They combine both, but I'm not sure about the result because they use different samples, and maybe it's quite sensitive for several samples, but maybe it's not quite sensitive for different samples. Yeah. Okay, Aaron. Matur nuwun.
Mr. Aaron tuh yang di depan ini, Pak. Iya, Pak. Ya, Mr. Aaron tuh yang di depan ini. Apa? Oke. Oh, malu mungkin ya, Pak. Gen Z ngetik di Zoom. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ronald, for the answer. Okay. And then we will move again to Bu Mirna. We have several questions that collected by the committee. Okay, but William still want to ask about this. Okay, maybe you can respond to William first, Bu Mirna. Okay, how is the negative policy, Miss? How is your opinion, for example, like IKN? Okay, MBG udah, sekarang IKN, Bu Mirna.
Okay.
Go on.
I'm
Okay.
wondering, where is Mas William now? Side in
Someone
our room
here,
or
William?
maybe in his home, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, Mas William, yeah, the negative policies, yeah, for example, like IKN that have not completed from last year. So I think that maybe it is not include to the sustainability report itself, yeah. I mean, yeah, because the IKN itself, yeah. I mean that IKN itself, before we are doing the sustainability report, etc., etc., yeah, we must understand that is it the case, yeah, the case of IKN, the case of development IKN is until now is there is no fix, yeah, fix. Yes, no move. Just, yeah, after Bapak Jokowi, yeah, after Bapak Jokowi is replaced by Bapak Prabowo, yeah, and until we even know Reynald, in the Mahkamah Konstitusi, ya, Mahkamah Konstitusi has final decision. There is our capital city, ibu kota, is still on Jakarta, not in the IKN. Yeah. So what will going, yeah, in the IKN, yeah? It will be a horror, maybe a horror, horror place or something else. I don't know, yeah, about the politic and the regulation itself, yeah, in the country, yeah. I mean that especially in IKN itself, yeah, it can be seen, yeah, on some many ways, yeah, on some many ways. We can see it is as what is it, budgeting, yeah. It is the case in the budget because we have to what is it, expend, yeah, many resources to build the IKN, etc. And we also, yeah, include to the what is it? I said before, performance reporting. Performance reporting itself is we can measure that is the building of the IKN is effectiveness. Is the building IKN in the Samarinda ya? Apa? What is it? The location is is Kalimantan, yeah, yeah, is Kalimantan in the is Kalimantan, yeah. It is effectiveness to we are doing the operational activity on that, yeah. So I mean maybe it is close, yeah, with the performance report, yeah. To report that the building is effective or not, yeah, for operational activity for the government sector. Okay. And the second is maybe in the another area, yeah, Mas William, yeah, we can report it as also in the sustainability report, yeah. Such as is we open, yeah, the forest, yeah. We was doing deforestation, yeah, on East Kalimantan, yeah, on East Kalimantan, yeah, to build the IKN, etc., etc. So I think, yeah, that must be reporting in the sustainability report itself, yeah. So we can what is it, divide, yeah, which area we can report in the performance reporting, and on which area, yeah, another area we can report for the sustainability reporting itself. Okay, maybe it can help you, yeah, Mas William, to understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Mirna, for your answer. It's really what is that? Saya mau apa ya? Mengkhawatirkan tuh ya, Beb. Memprihatinkan karena IKN menjadi abandon place sepertinya ya sampai detik ini karena no movement at all from our government. So let's we pray for our IKN. Okay, William, would you ask again or discuss the another question for Bu Mirna? Okay, but before we what's that? Oh, raise hand. Okay. Anyone? Nyoman? Nyoman?
Yes.
Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, very clear.
Nyoman, hello.
Hello.
Can you open your microphone,
Already
please?
open,
To
please.
directly answer to our speaker here, Nyoman.
Yes. I already opened my voices.
Okay.
Is it my
Oke, Pak
audible?
Nyoman. Ya, sorry Pak Nyoman, masih belum terdengar. Apakah
think,
bisa diulang, Bapak?
I already opened my mics and then already speak in loud. Is it my voices is clear?
Oh, here. Go on with your patient. Nyoman,
Yes.
sir.
Okay. Good afternoon to Pak Renald. Is it clear, my voices? Okay. Good afternoon, Pak Renald. Pak Renald presentation is very insightful, especially demonstrate how to using Python to make a pattern to the big data. But not all of the researchers is familiar how to using Python. And then some of the researchers, they familiar to using a qualitative data, like try to interpreting for the data. Please make a suggestion to us, especially for the researchers concerning about the qualitative. We are familiar using qualitative, and then we would like to utilize the Python to interpreting the data. Is it possible or not, Reynald? Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Nyoman.
Yes.
How are you?
Fine.
Okay, I hope you are doing well there. In Bali? Which part of Bali,
Yes,
Pak?
of course. In Bali, currently we are still celebrating for the Galungan Day. So I can sit and hear is very well. Okay, thank you.
So you have 1 week off, right?
Yes, 1 week's holiday.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Given the questions about how can someone use Python to address all of the issues of qualitative research approach, in my opinion, honestly, Pak Nyoman, I never tried that before. Plus, why did I never do that? Because my concern in this whole period of my education, I put all my effort to address all the quantitative issues, Pak Nyoman. Yeah. However, if you ask me about the possibility, I think yes, it's quite possible. Why? Because when we do qualitative research, somehow we can manage the variables. We can transform it from qualitative to quantitative data, right? It's like quantification process. But I'm not sure about it. Frankly speaking, Pak Nyoman, I don't have any clue about it. But if you have, for example, one topic that you could share here, maybe Bu Mirna and I could, how to say, give you some advice if we have it, right?
Okay.
So you are doing your research. You are doing your research using qualitative approach.
Yes.
Pak Nyoman.
Okay. To make it more clear, and we would like to share the idea. For an example, currently, all of the countries will try to implementing for the new tax rate. New tax rate is around 15. We call it global minimum tax. Global minimum tax will already implementing for this for last year, but the enterprises will report it for next years. So we don't have any data. But so that it's possible just do for a qualitative research first. Based on the Bapak Renald efficiency to doing pattern, perhaps in the entire world already established a lot of tax tariffs, a lot of tax revenue, a lot of the tax potential and multinational companies. How to make it a bridging? We are expert in qualitative, and then we would like to utilize pattern to make illustration or to make how much the tax potential for Indonesia like that, because currently our government cannot do well how to calculate the tax potential based on the GMT. GMT is mean global minimum tax. It's 15% will impose to all of the multinational companies entire world like that. Reinhard, perhaps this
So
description is clear.
Based on your story, Pak Nyoman,
Yes.
as long as we can grab all that kind of data first,
Mm-hmm.
we can make the pattern.
Okay.
But if we don't have it all, so I'm sorry, but we cannot make the pattern.
I see. The main point is we prepare the data first, and then the pattern will make the pattern. Okay, it's clear.
Yes,
It's clear.
Pak Nyoman,
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Pak.
As long as you have a good confident interval for that kind of data, then we can make the pattern.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to, how to say, depend on the 100% valid data.
Yeah.
So as long as you can grab all that data, we can make the pattern.
Okay.
Yeah, because we don't have any basic data, right? There's no historical data about it, right? Yeah.
Okay, it's clear. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Pak Renald.
Pak
Thank you.
Nyoman. Sorry, Pak Nyoman. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Nyoman.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Pak Renald and Pak Nyoman. Or maybe Nyoman, you would like to read about NVIVO. Maybe it would better to help you. Yeah. Because
better
actually
just
I
using
already
AI.
did my qualitative research and NVIVO helped me a lot about that. Okay. Because we have to our limitation time, Pak Renald and Bu Mirna. We only have 1 minute left. Okay, maybe this is the final question for each of you. Maybe for Bu Mirna first. So, Bu Mirna. Okay. Okay, William, maybe you can discuss about this further with Bu Mirna in other event. Because we have another question about the sustainability reporting, Bu Mirna. Maybe this is the final question, and William, you can give your question directly to the committee, so the committee can write down your question to Bu Mirna after this session, because we have limited time. Bu Mirna, so this is your final question is, please, what about your opinion about why is sustainability reporting is more difficult in government institution than a private sector? What do you think about that?
Okay, thank you, Ibu Moderator. Yeah, as I said before, that because there is so many challenges, yeah, that we face, yeah, in the government sector. It as we know that government sector is very different with the enterprise, with the private sector, yeah, which they have many resources, yeah, financial and unfinancial itself, yeah, like human resources, technology, etc. Yeah, but in the government sector is like I said before, yeah, it is very depend on our human resources capacity itself, yeah. So the capacities in the government sector is not very what is it very it is very, I mean, yeah, it is very weak that if we compare with the private sector, yeah, how their, I mean, the human resource itself, for example, is about the culture. The culture in the work environment, yeah. So it is very different, yeah, Bu Moderator, yeah. So very because we face the many challenges, yeah, in the government sector.
Okay,
Okay,
actually,
thank you.
the previous presenter, Prof. Susela, also mentioned about capacity.
Yeah,
Maybe in
capacity.
Indonesia we have different ways recruitment in the government sector and the
Yes,
private sector.
yes.
So it makes more difficult to make good
linear, like
Yes.
linear competition, yeah. So maybe in the, I mean, in the government sector, yeah, who the person who in charge to be like a financial director as well as is the, what is it, Pak Renald, the background, the
Yeah.
education background is not from the
It's not connect.
it's not connected, yeah. Maybe from the law student or maybe from the another background education. I mean,
Education
yeah,
background,
there is no
okay.
linear, yeah, not
Okay.
linear. So it is very difficult
To make a good sustainability reporting in government
yes,
sector.
yes.
Okay, thank you, Bu Mirna, for your answer. And then the final question for Pak Renald. This is the final, Pak Renald.
Thank you.
Okay. What do you think about big data improve sustainability performance? It is also create a new challenge for ethical challenge for organization or not? How about that? Due to the ethical reason, because when I asked to the previous presenter, they said that they don't agree if all of the reporting use AI or use technology. We also still use the traditional ones approach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Uh,
Hmm.
Hello. Okay. Okay. Actually, big data is the new era, Budika, but the AI and the programming itself are only tools, right? Especially the Python only tools, Bu. Yeah. So nowadays, numbers are important. Yeah. However, if we talk about sustainability, then we talk about beyond that numbers. Yeah. So in this case, if we want to predict something in the future, we can use big data as our how to say, as our capital. Yeah. But if just to disclose the report using financial metrics with that kind of sophisticated tools. So depends on the purpose.
Okay, so we still must adapt it with the technology using big data, using AI, but we have limited to
It depends on the purpose.
depends. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Pak Renald, Mr. Renald, Bu Mirna, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude the final plenary session of the second ICBRIGHT and the fifth ICMA anniversary, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our two distinguished speakers here this afternoon, Pak Renald and Bu Mirna, for the thought-provoking and highly relevant presentation. Before we officially conclude this session, I would like to kindly invite each of you to share your final statement or closing remarks for all participants. Maybe we can start from Bu Mirna first. Okay, closing remarks, Bu.
Okay, thank you, Budika. And my what is it my final statement is sustainability report is not only talk about the financial, yeah, it beyond from the number, yeah, because the sustainability report is for our better life. I think that is for me. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So, I do believe that all of us here can get a lot of insights from all the keynote speakers. But what I want to highlight is that we cannot cover our eyes with the new era right now. Okay, big data is already in our daily life, so that's why let's adapt with the new technology. We don't have to master everything, but at least we know how to use it wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Reynold and Bu Mirna, for closing remarks for all the participants. I also thank all participants who have engaged with us throughout today's session. I hope the insights shared today will inspire your future research, collaboration, and contribution to the academic community. I would like to close with a simple reminder for all of us that the future belongs not only to those who create knowledge, but to those who use knowledge responsible for the betterment of humanity. Without further ado, I now return the session to our Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day and safe travels to all. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants, this concludes our day one in main conference. What a remarkable day of scholarship it has been. As we close today, allow me once more to convey our sincere appreciation to our gracious host, Universitas Machung, to our deepest gratitude also to our 5 keynote speaker, our moderator, Miss Dika Mahaputri, the technical team, and all of you for your enthusiastic participation. We warmly invite you to join tomorrow in Friday, June 19th at 8 a.m. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, everyone. See you tomorrow. All of you to take a picture. So all of the participants with moderator and the speaker, we would like to take a photo together. So rise up. Come on. And all the committee can join with us. Kita foto-foto dulu. Ya. Di sini ya. Mengundang seluruh partisipan dan juga Bapak Ibu panitia, kita akan foto bersama. Pak. Oke. Nanti kita akan mendengar arahan dari technical team untuk mengatur posisi kita supaya semuanya masuk. Terima kasih.
Tes tes teman-teman untuk besok masih ada ya kegiatannya ya. Jadi bisa disesuaikan rundownnya. jam 8 sampai jam 10. Jam setengah 9 lah, setengah 9 sampai jam 10. Ya, terima kasih. Yang mau presentasi juga bisa disiapkan sesuai jadwal. Tes Bapak Ibu, ini Bapak Ibu panitia dan rekan-rekan panitia bisa berkumpul untuk berfoto bersama di depan backdrop ya, di depan backdrop. Duluan. Tes di belakang backdrop, Bapak Ibu monggo berkumpul. Iya di depannya ya, kalau di belakangnya ketutupan. Iya, di depan backdrop. Monggo teman-teman, Bapak Ibu dan panitia mahasiswa boleh mungkin setelah ini. Itu orang mau foto ini. Kemarin anak-anak ketinggalan apa? Taksi di lab katanya. Oh di lab. Oh. Oh, yang kayak anu nggak akan. Ya.